Crown of the Witch is Book 8 in the Daughters of the Warlock series, written by Maggie Shaw. Published by Google Play. AI narrated by Melissa. Copyright owned by Harley Romance Publishing, 2022. Chapter 1. Courtney. I was going to find the one responsible for poisoning me, if it was the last thing I ever did. The problem was, I didn't know who would do such a vile, terrible thing to me. As far as I was aware, I didn't have many enemies. I didn't even know that many people, or hadn't, especially back then. My family, however, they had enemies. Not just my sister, Ava, who'd pushed the Warlock Council to defy tradition and recognize her as our father's heir. Or my middle sister, Bella, who'd literally fought a battle with shifters over inalienable rights, including the ability to marry outside of our species. My father had also defied tradition by secretly being with my mother despite an arranged marriage, and fathered the three of us. And me. Well, I didn't think I had done anything that would warrant a poisoning, but I also knew the bad guys didn't need a reason to do something bad to me. A warlock had tried to kill me in the library one night too, but our father got him first. Thank goodness. I chewed my bottom lip. I should speak to my family about my need for vengeance. I had to find out who had poisoned me. But I also didn't want to worry them. They all had their own issues. Ava had a new baby and Bella, a fledgling marriage. Just because I was the youngest, didn't mean I had to constantly ask for help all the time. I should be able to figure this out myself, the way both Ava and Bella had. Hey Court. Can I get some help for a sec? I set down the book Bella had given me to read, on the small table beside me. Coming. I called as I jumped up from the barrel chair, and left the new library Bella had built as part of the extension to their tiny cottage. It was strange, but I found myself visiting here more and more often. I hadn't been much of a reader before Mother passed away. There had always been something else to do, and I'd never been able to sit still. But now I found I enjoyed the solitude. When I walked back into the living room, I found Bella trying to hold Ava's son, 2 books and a basket of eggs. She looked like she would drop all of them any second. How she constantly found herself juggling multiple things at once, I had no idea, but it amused me nonetheless. Can you take him? Bella asked, starting to topple to the side. I raced forward and scooped up the next high warlock of all the realms into my arms with as much ease as I could. I still wasn't terribly familiar with babies, but that didn't make my nephew any less cute. Of course. Come here, beautiful boy. Ava and Tavlor had named their son Matlock after our father, though everyone affectionately called the baby Matty, which seemed to fit him more. He was 3/4 warlock, 1/4 fae, and 100% the most loved baby in the whole world, in my unbiased opinion. A single egg slipped from Bella's basket and cracked on the wooden floor, yellow yolk running between the broken shell. Damn it, Bella muttered under her breath, flicking her hand at the mess and cleaning it up with a single spell. I've got to get a trolley or something. I'm tired of wasting good food. I laughed as I juggled my 6-month-old nephew from hip to hip. He's getting heavy. Aren't you gorgeous? I cooed, eyeing him with affection. My nephew's chubby face split into a huge grin as he grabbed a handful of my red curly hair and yanked hard. Ow! I gasped, surprised at how much it hurt. He chuckled away as though it was the funniest thing he'd ever done. I managed to untangle his chubby little fingers just before Bella came along, scooped him out of my arms, and plonked him in a high chair she'd magicked up for him. Her movements were fluid, natural, and I couldn't help but watch her interact with him. Bella was more maternal than I could ever be, and I couldn't help but wonder if this was a symptom of getting married. She slid him into the high chair, then sat down in front of him with a bowl of some sort of goop. I wrinkled my nose, not envying his meal whatsoever. I crossed my arms over my chest and leaned back against the kitchen counter. So much for minimizing your use of magic around here, huh? I teased. Bella scooped up some of the mixture that looked a little like yogurt or custard, and thrust the spoon into the baby's waiting mouth. Yeah, well, when I have Maddie, magic is necessary. No wonder mother conjured up a whole lot of servants to help her. Babies are hard. The mention of mother had a wave of sadness passing over me. That feeling made me angry, and I pushed against it. Yeah, well, she did have us all on purpose. Well, maybe not Ava. But us, she did. So she definitely made a choice about how much hard she was willing to take on. Bella glanced up at me, her eyes sparkling with humor. Yeah, Ava was the accident. Not us. I think we should remind her of that on occasion. Bella agreeing with me didn't help extinguish the pain in my chest. My mother's choice to have 3 children by herself, in a private realm, was still a decision that I had issues with. It was the main reason why I wasn't sure I could move past the fun aunt phase of my life and transition into potentially being a mother myself. I didn't want to repeat any of my mother's mistakes. I stared at the lovely wooden floor and asked, "Do you think she thought about what sort of danger she was putting us in?" I probably shouldn't have asked the question. It wasn't going to help anything. But I also couldn't stop the words that flowed. I often wondered, what sort of woman would deliberately have children to a man with unlimited enemies? The council and their many arms had tried to kill all 3 of us multiple times. Did mother consider that when she'd chosen to conceive Bella? Then me. Did she realize what the consequences of her actions would be? Did she even realize we'd be affected by them? I wasn't sure we'd ever get an answer. I know she thought about it, Bella responded, then twisted her lips in a thoughtful smile. She must have decided she'd be able to keep us safe. HMPH, yeah. Maybe. And she had. For 21 years she'd hidden Ava. Speaking of family things, sort of, Bella began, Dad was talking about possibly throwing us a joint birthday party since you're turning 21 in a couple of weeks. I wandered over to the small dining table and sat down on one of the wooden seats. Ah yeah. I suppose so. I haven't really thought about it. I'd been thinking about my birthday, of course. 21 was a big deal, especially in a world where that meant I was officially an adult, and the council would want me to join them. Something I'd avoided so far, partly thanks to our cousin Clarissa vouching for my lack of health, and partly because of my age. But in a few weeks I'd turn 21, Bella would turn 22, and Ava would be 23. If only mother could be here to see us. Bella wiped the baby's face and turned towards me. Well, Dad wants to put on a big party, and he's told me to invite everyone. The wolves, the fi. It's gonna be a melting pot of people. I inhaled sharply, the first thought being one of fear and worry. With that many different species at one party, surely a fight would break out? What about the council? Will they be there? The council was made up of only witches and warlocks, all members who thought they were better than everyone else. Each council member was part of one of the old families that had been in power for too long, for too many generations. And they needed to be taken down. Bella shrugged and waved her hand over the table to conjure up a hot pot of tea. Maybe. Though celebrating our existence isn't exactly on the top of their priority list. I nodded, agreeing with her but not wanting to express my thoughts aloud. The council were more likely to put explosives in our birthday cake, rather than actively celebrate Ava, Bella and I. I put a hand to the side of skull. My head was beginning to ache. Is Ava coming to grab the baby soon? Bella poured me a cup of tea, her eyebrows flickering with interest. Why? Do you need to go? I nodded, grabbing the pretty teacup and taking a sip to calm the anxiety rising within me. My head's starting to hurt, but if Ava isn't far away, I'll wait to see her. It had been a few days since I'd seen my eldest sister, and I missed her. Bella opened a tin of cookies covered with icing sugar and pushed them towards me. You're still feeling unwell? I nodded and chomped on a cookie, my usual coping mechanism for the pain. Clarissa's medicines help, but... I shrugged. I didn't want to talk about how shitty I felt all the time. The fatigue and headaches were just another reminder of the fact that the council hated us, and how much they wanted us all dead. I shook myself. Focus. So, Ava, Won't be back for a few hours. Bella finished for me. She even pumped some breast milk so I could feed Maddie and put him down for a nap. A wave of nausea passed over me and I gulped at the tea, forcing the feeling down. I might get going then. You can lie down here, Bella said, jumping to her feet as I staggered to the door. I shook my head. No. I need quiet, and I love our nephew, but he's not quiet, Bella agreed, scooping up the gurgling baby and holding him on her hip. I took a moment to absorb the image my bookworm sister made in front of me. Bella was married, glowing, and had a baby on her hip. I'd never thought I'd see the day. You know you look really good with a baby, Bella. She chuckled and shook her head. Thanks, but I'm nowhere near ready for my own. Though I love being an auntie. I took a step towards them and kissed Maddie on the top of his soft curls and bid my sister goodbye. I managed to get back through the portal and into the magical realm before I lost the will to go any further. From there, I took a cheat way that my father had given me to get back to our home. According to the laws by the council, I was supposed to hop through half a dozen checkpoints and portals to return to the place I slept, my father's office, which he had converted into an apartment. I didn't have the energy to go through the protocol today. I reached for the necklace beneath my t-shirt, cast my spell, and within a moment I was standing in my father's office. A groan rose into my throat just before I collapsed onto the couch, finally able to let go of my facade of control. Fuck. I feel like shit. And I really did. My eyesight had reduced into tunnel vision, and my head throbbed with the pounding of a hammer against an anvil. I had to lie down. But not out here. I managed to stagger over to my bedroom, focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. The door opened under my frantic pushing, and after a few more painful steps, I fell face first onto the bed with a sigh. Gah. I crawled up my super comfy huge mattress and put my head on the pillow. I closed my eyes and relaxed into the softness, the pain immediately going dull now that I was safely back. I had to admit I loved our home. My father's office had been built in a private, secure realm to keep him safe while he worked. When his arranged marriage had fallen apart, he built a bedroom and a bathroom onto the office so that he could sleep there. When Ava had found him and had needed somewhere safe to sleep, he'd extended the office and created her a bedroom as well. After she'd married Tavlor and moved away, Bella had come to the magic realm and moved in, and she'd slept in Ava's room too. Dad had built me my own bedroom. It was huge, twice as big as Ava's, with a luxurious bathroom and every sort of fancy thing I wanted. It had made me feel special and spoiled after the attack on my life. That attack, where a hot guy at the local bar had poisoned me, still had me reeling. Case in point. I rolled onto my side, tucked my hand under my head and tried to sleep. Clarissa, our cousin who'd been helping me since I'd first been poisoned, told me sleep was key in my recovery. I'd spent days, weeks, months resting in bed, but I wasn't getting any better. Even so, I had nothing else to do. The council hadn't appointed me a job, and my sisters didn't need me. I may as well sleep. Pathetic, really. I'd grown up being the fiery one. The flame-haired hellion that my mother always said would become the most powerful of the three of us. But she'd been wrong. I wasn't strong. I was the useless sister. Now and forever. I woke up to the sounds of bumping and movement in the living room. Dad. Is that you? It had to be. Who else would come here? When Dad didn't answer or come to see me, I pushed myself to sit up and stretched my arms above my head. Another strange bump sounded, and this one made me hop to my feet and walk to the door. That wasn't my father. I wasn't sure how I knew, but I could tell. The noises were wrong. I drew what little magic I had nowadays into my body and got ready to defend our home as it was. I still had my belly tattoo, the one Bella had branded with me years ago. It would protect me from a single death shot, and that in itself made me feel stronger. But it didn't stop my heart from thumping in my chest and making adrenaline zing around my veins. I reached for the doorknob, grabbed the chrome handle and threw the door open. The woman I saw on the other side froze in shock, and she was the last person I wanted to see. Chapter 2. What are you doing here? I demanded of the High Witch, or whatever the hell they called my father's wife. I would have preferred to call her High Bitch. But since I wasn't prone to starting shit, only finishing it, I knew I needed to hold back or else I would be blamed for whatever happened between us. Stepmother dearest. I sneered at her, not bothering to hide the true nature of my feelings towards her. I knew her original position had granted her certain levels of respect, but since she'd been sent to a prison for trying to kill Ava, I thought she was locked up. Chastity or Charity, or whatever her name was, stood sleekly from her crouched position on the floor. She'd obviously been looking for something, the area around her littered with books and furniture she'd moved in her search. There was no other reason she'd be on the floor on purpose. Hell, she probably paid someone to do her floor searches for her, though where that person currently was, I had no idea. My eyes flickered up and down her person, narrowing slightly at the heels and jewelry. She was still a good-looking woman, with high cheekbones, big eyes and stunningly expensive clothes. So much for prison, huh? But the aura around her resembled a black cloud. Even as I stood there staring at her, I couldn't stop the shuddering chill that passed through me. I didn't like her. There was something inside of her that I couldn't fathom, couldn't understand. It made me shift with discomfort. She was the Ice Queen. Evil to the core. How my father could have married her. Not like he had a choice. My anger began to bubble when she didn't answer. I said, "I heard you." She snapped, her tone as sharp as a whip. She locked her eyes onto me, glaring as though our positions were reversed and I had knocked on her door before proceeding to waste her time. What a piece of work. I would have been impressed if I didn't hate her so much. Get out. She walked to the door and it flicked open for her, something it was not meant to do. My father's security was supposed to keep her out. And yet, what the hell had she done? And how had she done it? My gaze scanned her again. Had she pocketed something? Had she found what she'd been looking for? What was it exactly? I took a step towards her, ready to stop her from leaving. She'd obviously come here to steal something from us, and I wasn't about to let her get away with it. Hey, you can't just... She hit me with magic hard enough to knock me off my feet. I didn't even see her flick her hand or speak a spell. One moment I was taking a step forward, then I was being whacked back so that my ass landed on the sofa. Oof! I cried out as I flung my arms out for purchase on the sofa, gasping for breath. When I glanced up, my stepmother was gone, and the door was shutting behind her. I froze, breathing hard. I tried to make sense of what had just happened but found I couldn't. Had I imagined the whole thing? Sliding to the edge of the couch, I took steady, even breaths. What the hell was that? I asked no one in particular. The door opened once more and I jumped up, hands clenched and ready for a fight this time. She wasn't going to catch me unaware again. I conjured a spell, creating a fireball in my palm. I was ready. I could already picture the look on her face the second I released it at her. My lips curved into a smirk at the thought, and my stomach bubbled with anticipation. But the person who stepped into the room wasn't a stranger. Dad! I groaned, releasing all the aggressive magic coiled inside my palms with a shudder. The ball of magic burned down into wisps of smoke and my shoulders sagged. So much for getting the revenge I so desperately wanted. Courtney, what's happened? Dad shrugged out of his long black coat and set his large bag down on the sofa. He eyed me with mild curiosity mixed with concern. I began to recognize the look as belonging to me, and me alone. You're... I was shaking now, still angry, but the adrenaline was quickly leaching from my system, turning me into an utter mess. I raked my fingers through my hair, trying to get a hold of my senses. I don't. Oh, sweetheart. My father conjured a fluffy purple blanket and came over to wrap it around me. His hands lingered on my shoulders in a comforting manner, and I felt myself sag into the paternal affection he offered. Sit down and tell me what's happened. I took a few careful steps towards the couch, then with trembling hands managed to grab hold of the armrest, then collapse onto the cushions. I didn't understand why I was responding this way. Nothing terrible had actually happened. I was just taken by surprise. Your wife? That sounded so wrong. I sneered, shaking my head. She came here looking for something. My father, who was in the middle of conjuring dinner for us both, froze with his hand waving about in midair. You mean? Yeah, Charity. Chastity, whatever her name is, came in here and was looking for something. She obviously didn't know I was here. I'd gotten most of my voice back, which was good. Now I had to get control of my body once more. I pulled my knees up and rearranged the blanket to cover myself from neck to toes, forcing the cold from my blood. My father had managed to start moving again and handed me a mug of hot chocolate, white and pink marshmallows floating on the surface. Here. Thanks, I said, taking the drink from him. When I came out of my bedroom, she was kneeling down, looking under chairs and tables. My father sat on the sofa opposite me, perched on the edge, his back ramrod straight. I can't believe she managed to get past my wards. Are you sure it was her? I nodded, wrapping my hands around the warm mug. Absolutely. I thought she was in prison, or something. Didn't she try to kill Ava, in front of everyone? Matlock sighed, clasping his hands together. She did, which is why she was sentenced to house arrest for the remainder of her life. She's supposed to be in her family realm, unable to leave. I snorted out a laugh. House arrest in a private family realm? A council old rich family? Oh yeah, she was really suffering. Well, someone let her out, and she was looking for something. I met my father's gaze, curious now. Do you know what she was trying to find? He slid back on his sofa, crossing his ankle over his knee. It could be any number of things. A jewel, a book, His hand went to his chest. What is it? I asked, putting the mug down on the coffee table. Matlock reached into his shirt and lifted a thin gold necklace over his head, and showed me what he was wearing. I stared at the locket, a piece of jewelry I'd looked at every day of my life before my mother died. It's Mother's necklace. The one Ava had told us Mother resided in. He placed the gold locket on his palm and moved his hand closer to me. Yes. It's the only thing in my possession that is irreplaceable. She is irreplaceable. She. I repeated, my throat tightening with emotion. Was it possible? What Ava had once told us? That Mother's soul was really in that thing. Dad smiled and gestured to me. Take it. Please. Wear it. I reached out and took the necklace from his hand. I'd wanted to speak to my mother for so long, but I'd never thought it would happen. I'm afraid, I whispered, my hand shaking as I stroked the front of my locket with my fingertips. Matlock chuckled. Of what? Of what she's gonna say. A smile trembled on my lips. I know she'll be mad at me over something. Dad burst out laughing, a sound I didn't hear nearly enough. Tears trembled on my eyelashes as I put the chain over my head and let the locket fall onto my chest. I waited, and nothing happened. I glanced up at him and met his worried gaze with my own. What am I supposed to? Courtney. Baby girl, is that really you? Mother. I gasped out, reaching for the pendant and holding it tightly in my hand as my mother's voice filled my mind. It is so lovely to hear your voice again, baby girl. Your father has been telling me so much of your troubles. The tears spilled out and ran down my cheeks. I didn't care that Dad was there to see it. I only cared that my mother was alive, sort of. Mother, I can't believe this. You're still here. Not in body, but yes. I'm here with you. My heart ached to see her once more. Mother, so much has happened. Did Dad tell you they tried to kill me? Kill us. Multiple times, actually. She was silent for so long, I began to worry she'd disappeared on me. Are you still there? She sighed, long and heavy, like she'd often done while she'd been alive. Yes, and I'm so sorry, Courtney. I knew the dangers you would face, which is why I taught you all to be strong, to be powerful. I clenched my jaw tightly, anger pushing through me. But I managed to say through gritted teeth, "You could have told us about the dangers. In detail. So we would have known what to expect. I wouldn't have gone out drinking and gotten poisoned. Ava wouldn't have gone in search of Dad." My mother's soft laugh stopped me. I begged Ava not to try to find him, and you? Well, you're not meant to be tamed, my beautiful girl. You were always going to walk your path, however you decide. Nothing I could have said would have stopped you. I tightened my jaw once more and this time managed to bite my tongue. She was probably right, though I hated hearing it. "How are you feeling, Courtney? Your father tells me you've been unwell for some time now." I glanced over at Dad, who shrugged like he hadn't had a choice in what he told her. I'm not well, Mother. The poison has never truly left my system. Bella, Oliver and Clarissa saved my life, but I'm not as I was. I'm so sorry, Courtney. I'm sorry I'm not there. I'm sorry the council have treated you so poorly. You know they need to be stopped, I said aloud. A little too loudly, probably. Oh yes, well, I mean it, I said, pushing the blanket off me now that I'd warmed up. The council have no right to hold on to the power they hoard. They treat the shifters like shit. They tried to kill Ava just because she was Dad's heir. They're wrong. And they must be stopped. My father didn't say anything, but got up and began conjuring spells, finishing the dinner he'd begun to prepare when he'd first arrived. What you say is true. My mother's voice inside my head was barely a whisper. But to say such things is treason. I snorted. Mother, I am one of the High Warlock's heirs. I will sit on the council along with my sisters, and we are going to change things. We've already begun. Oh, Courtney. How I wish I could be there to see you grow into the young woman you are becoming. I knew my daughters would change the world. The pride in her voice was obvious, but the fact that she was nothing more than a voice in my head made my stomach twist with anguish. I wish you were here, Mother. Truly here. So do I, Courtney, my strong, feisty girl. So do I. I glanced at my father. Do you ever regret having us, Mother? Never, came the fierce reply inside my mind. I never regretted having you, nor sacrificing my magic and my life to keep you safe. You are my whole world. My heart. My pride and joy. I laughed through the tears that clogged my throat. You never said such things to us when you were alive. I was a fool. I wanted you to be tough, resilient women. I knew the day would come when my magic would fail, and you'd need to survive without me. I nodded, gulping down the hot tears that rose. But I needed to hear those words, Mother. Oh baby, I'm sorry. You were always my whole world. Then. Now. Forever. I'm sorry I didn't tell you how much. But I do love you, and I am so proud of you, Courtney. A sob broke from my throat, and I put my head in my hands as grief racked my body. I sobbed and cried until there were no more tears left. Until I was an aching, red, blotchy, swollen woman who just wanted to curl into a ball and die. But I didn't. I couldn't fall apart now, there wasn't time. I had a job to do. When I lifted my head, I took the offered handkerchief from my father and wiped my face. I was done being weak, I was done being sick all the time. Things had to change. Thank you for saying all of those things, Mother, but I'm going to hand you back to Father now, all right? Of course, baby girl. But are you okay? Can I help you in any way? I shook my head. No, Mother. You've done everything you could. You gave me life. You gave me courage and fire. Now it's my turn to step up and be the daughter you brought into this world. Courtney, you're scaring me. I sat up straighter on the chair. Don't be scared, Mother. You made sure that you birthed 3 daughters, all with the strength of the High Warlock. Something no witch has ever done in the history of the Council. Yes, but... No buts. You created the trifecta of strength, Mother. I am going to find out who poisoned me, and I'm going to make them pay. Then. I'm going for the council. Everything inside me said that the ones who poisoned me and the council were one and the same. If it wasn't someone on the council directly, it was one of their minions. But I wouldn't shoot the messenger, I was going back to the source. And unlike my father or Ava, I wasn't going to let them get away with putting the perpetrator on house arrest. Oh no. I was going to make them pay, in the way I'd already paid. With pain, with blood. With their life. Chapter 3. After I gave my father back the locket, we had a quiet dinner, and I went to bed. My brain was spinning from everything that had happened today, and all those things that had been said. There was too much to unpack, and my head ached from trying to make sense of it all. I could feel myself changing. My body was unwell, and not keeping up with the rest of me. My mind was angry. My heart wanted revenge. No. I wanted justice. And I would do everything in my power to get it. Justice for everything that had been done to my mother, my sisters, and me. And every time I tried to put it all together, all roads led back to the council. Something had to be done about them. If I was being honest, I was surprised nothing had been done. Sure, Ava and Bella fought to change things, but the council still existed. Shouldn't we be cutting the head off the proverbial snake? Wouldn't that solve all the problems instead of just a few? I turned towards my ensuite bathroom, trying to clear my head. I needed to fall asleep, but the thoughts lingered. It was like I could feel my insides rotting away, little by little, until I was nothing more than ash. I couldn't let anything else happen to me. I would fight back. I had to. The next morning, I awoke to an empty apartment, which wasn't unusual. I slept late due to my headaches, and my father worked. A lot. He was always in meetings or something else important. I didn't mind the solitude. After all, I was used to it. The only issue was that my mind never shut off. I was filled with doubts regarding everything I had learned the night before. How could I take on the council? Who did I think I was? And yet, I didn't know who else would be willing to fight. Would Ava risk leaving her child, her husband behind? And Bella had just gotten married, just fought her own battle for that right. Would she play with fire and stand firm once again, this time for something that didn't directly impact her? I forced myself to get up, staggered to my luxurious shower, and stood beneath the hot water for too long. I knew my sisters would support me, no matter what. I just wasn't sure if I had any right to ask them to fight again, when they'd already been to war before. I let the water hit my skin, closing my eyes and allowing myself the grace to relax. It felt so good, and it wasn't like I needed to rush and go to work or anything. I washed my hair and thought for the 100th time about what else I could do to get better. Oliver had given up on trying to help me. I couldn't say I blamed him, but I wasn't happy about it. Was I really that hopeless? Clarissa still gave me herbs and potions, but at the very best, they kept me stable. At worst, they did nothing, and I felt everything. Every flicker of pain and discomfort the poison was wreaking on my system. Bella gave me books to read and research, and Ava was busy with her heir of the high Warlock responsibilities, which I completely understood. I couldn't expect her to prioritize me when she had her own family. If I was ever going to get better, I had to do something big. Something different. And fast. Because I was not staying like this for the rest of my life. There was no way. I'd rather quickly and peacefully slip into a coma and not come back again. The thought scared me. If I was going to die, I wanted it to be fighting for something. That, or to slip away in my sleep at the ripe old age of 111 after I'd accomplished everything I wanted, and then some, with my life. Not because someone had slipped me some poison, like a coward. But what was there to try, that I hadn't already attempted? I tapped my chin over and over, staring at the ceiling as though that would help. I wasn't sure how long I stared up at the whiteness, but when I blinked, a letter appeared. It was too much to hope that the letter was the answer to my questions, but I'd always had too much hope for my own good. The second I touched the paper envelope, I recognized Ava's magic. I turned off the shower and grabbed a white fluffy robe. I carefully set the letter down, pulled on the robe and wrapped my wet hair in a towel. Great timing, sis. I patted dry my face, my lower legs and my feet, then rushed into the bedroom and snatched up the letter once more. I unfolded it slowly and focused my attention on my sister's overly cursive handwriting. Mine was a mess, always had been, always would be. I saw no point in changing it now, and since Mother wasn't here to nag me, there was no reason for me to. I opened the pristine white letter and read it aloud, like I was saying some kind of spell. I sounded a bit dumb, but I wanted to fill the silence with something other than the questions my mind continued to pound in my head, over and over again, like the beat of a drum. Courtney, my dearest sister. I may have found someone who can help us. But he is reticent to meet in the magical realm. Will you come to the Fae? You know the place we married in the woods? Meet us there at noon. I've sent a pendant to assist your travels. I frowned. A pendant? What pendant? But just as I thought the question, a pendant dropped into my lap. It was purple and smooth, warm to the touch. It would be a key to the realm or to a door, just like the necklace my father had given me for our apartment. I didn't think twice about whether I would meet Ava or not. Of course, I was going. I glanced down at my casual jeans and t-shirt combo. I'd be traveling, so no need to dress up, though the Fae realm could be cold. I grabbed my leather jacket from my closet and swept my long, still wet hair up into a messy bun. I was ready to go. I penned a quick message to my father, left it on the dining table, then stepped up to the door that led out to the world. Fear descended. I didn't like venturing too far from my home, nor from Clarissa in case I needed her. But Ava wouldn't have called me unless she thought it was important, so I pulled up my big girl panties and pressed the pendant to the door. It glowed with an amber color I'd never seen before, and when I opened the door, the vortex shone like the sun. Wow! I conjured a pair of sunglasses, slid them on and pocketed the purple pendant. With my heart beating faster than it should, I took a step into the portal. Coldness caressed my skin, passing over me like a chill wind. I pushed through it, holding my breath as I took a step forward. The cold was replaced quickly by warmth rushing over me as I walked into the Fae realm. Everything was so different, to the magical realm. There was grass beneath my boots and trees all around me. The sun shone above my head and a small bird whistled on a branch nearby. I pulled in a deep breath, then exhaled in a long sigh. There was something so innately calming and peaceful about this place. I could feel the magic, as Ava had once explained to me. It was in everything. The earth, the trees. Even the wind seemed to carry with it a secret or two. Courtney. Ava's voice in the stillness made me jump. Even though I had an immediate jolt to my nervous system, my big sister's figure up ahead made me smile. I began to run towards her, throwing myself into her waiting arms as she laughed and hugged me tightly. Oh my God, I've missed you. It had only been a few weeks since I'd seen her, but as the tears sprung to my eyes, I realized it felt much longer. Me too. When she pulled back, I let her go, blinking rapidly. So, I said, coughing to clear my throat. What have you found? Ava's eyes lit up as she leaned forward and whispered, a shadow. Not the response I'd expected. A what? She wasn't making any sense now. Ava tucked her hand into the crook of my elbow, twisted around so that she was standing beside me, then gently started tugging at me. I did as she silently requested, strolling alongside her as we headed up towards the Fae village. Do you remember Bella telling us about getting attacked? Ava asked. Which time? I replied dryly, barely resisting the desire to roll my eyes. Bella had been attacked by the council so many times, I couldn't even guess which one Ava meant. Ava groaned with frustration and squeezed my arm. You know. Just before the big fight with the council over her marriage, she was attacked by two guys as she was trying to get into the shifter realm. My memory, like most things about me now, was not up to full power, but I nodded. Yeah, vaguely. Ava continued as though I'd agreed with her completely. Well, Bella told us that she probably would have died except for some magical force that came out of nowhere and helped her. She never saw who it was, but Oliver told her later that it was probably a warlock everyone refers to as the Shadow. I frowned at my sister, confused. What do you mean? Ava opened her mouth to speak, then grinned like a loon. How about I let him explain? Him who? I asked, glancing around. We were about 20 feet from the nearest house, and there wasn't another person in sight. The air in front of me shimmered like a portal, rippling like the surface on a pond. Then the shimmering was gone, and a man stood in front of me, his head bent, the sun shining off the darkness of his hair. My breath caught in my throat when he lifted his head and stared directly at me. He had the bluest eyes I'd ever seen. Like sapphires, sparkling in their intensity. But there was nothing gem-like about his aura. He was dark, and I couldn't suppress the shiver that coursed up my spine. You're... I swallowed hard. A warlock? He nodded, staring into my eyes so deeply it was like he was reading my soul. My gaze flicked over him, looking for more clues about the Shadow. He didn't have the fey ears, but he was tall and lean and had an imposing figure that reminded me of the non-warlock men I'd met. Ava slid her hand off my arm and stepped away. I'm going to feed Maddie. He's playing with Tavlor and the elders. I'll be back soon. She gave me a pointed look, like I was supposed to know what on earth was going on, then she left me with the gorgeous stranger. I watched her go with a sense of disbelief. Then I turned back to the tall warlock and crossed my arms over my chest. Could you catch me up, because I have no idea why I'm here or who you are. The warlock, who looked about 30, the same age as Tavlor, cracked a smile for the first time. Yeah, okay. Do you mind if we walk and talk? He gestured into the woods, the way I'd come. I turned and nodded. Sure. I think better when I'm moving too. We wandered back into the trees, further away from the Fey village. A shiver of acknowledgement coursed over me. I was heading off into the forest with a powerful stranger. But surely if he'd meant me any harm, Ava wouldn't have set this meeting up. Your turn. Shadow. Talk. He thrust his hands into his black jean pockets, looking more like an awkward teenager than the powerful man that Ava had told me he was. My name's... He coughed strangely, clearing his throat. I waited, though patience wasn't my strong suit. He shook his head. Let's just go with Shadow. It's safer for you that you don't know who I am. I rolled my eyes. Seriously? I spent my whole life locked in a secret realm, so it's not as though I'm going to know who you or your family are. He inclined his head as if to agree, but still didn't give me his name. I sighed. Okay, I'm going to assume you know everything about me. So why did Ava ask me to come here? She told me he might be able to help me, but I wanted to hear it from him. My heart was still pounding a little too fast being around him. He was attractive, I had to admit that. Not my usual type, but... Because I believe I can help you, he said, getting straight to the point. With which part of me? I asked, gesturing with my hands at my whole body. He gave me another half-smile, as we continued to walk through the forest. Well, all of it, actually. I know you were poisoned in the human realm, and you still suffer from symptoms. I pressed my lips together, struggling not to actively groan in frustration. I was a private person and didn't like the fact that complete strangers knew such intimate things about me. Yes, I do. It was Shadow's turn to sigh. There's no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to spit it out. I nodded and waited, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry. We'd reached a darker part of the forest, with a heavy canopy of trees. Should we sit? He asked, waving his hand towards a cleared mossy area and conjuring up 2 bench seats. Impressive. I shrugged. Sure. Then I sat down. My legs thanked me as the pain that was trickling through my muscles had ramped up a notch. My ever-present headache was there, thumping behind my eyes. I could still see, and my mood was okay, but I might need to hurry up, Mr. Tall, dark and mysterious. I was going to fall apart pretty soon. I hate to push you, Shadow, I really do. But I have a limited amount of time that I feel well enough to chat every day, and the sand is running through the hourglass, if you get my drift." He nodded once, a mere jerk of his head, and sat down on the other park bench. "Okay, I'll get straight to it. I know who poisoned you and with what, and I think I can help cure you." Completely. My jaw dropped open, and for the first time in almost a year, hope fluttered inside my heart. Then came the anger. "You know who poisoned me?" When he nodded, my jaw clenched tightly. "Tell me. Tell me now. They need to suffer for everything they've done to me." He turned to look at me, and there was pain in his eyes. "I'm sure you won't be too surprised to know that it was a man hired by the council." Peeved. I crossed my arms over my chest. "Of course it was. But I want to know who. Who specifically gave that order? Do you know?" He nodded. "Yes." "Well." I pressed one of my hands to my temples to try and quell the headache. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a black, shimmering potion in a balloon-shaped bottle. "Just for curiosity's sake, what's more important to you? The cure, or knowing who created the problem in the first place?" I stared at the bottle, hope spiraling up into a twister of happiness. Then my gaze snapped back to him. "Both. I need a cure, but I also need to make the person responsible pay. I'm not sure I could choose." He smiled properly this time. "Here, take it. I've been working on this cure for over 6 months, and it's finally done." He held out the bottle, and I moved to the edge of my park bench to reach for it. As my fingers curled around the bottle, I gulped. Terrified in equal parts to my hope. "How do I know this isn't going to kill me?" Acha shrugged. "You don't." I pulled the stopper out of the neck of the bottle, put the potion to my lips, and drank. Chapter 4. The potion tasted like muddy chocolate with a hint of grass. It was incredibly unpleasant, even with the familiar dessert flavor. It took everything in me not to gag on it. My shoulders heaved, but I didn't stop drinking. I couldn't. I knew what it would mean if I did. I'd stay this way forever, and that wasn't an option. I tipped the bottle up and finished the whole thing. Why did I trust this man who was a complete stranger? I didn't and shouldn't. But I trusted my sister with my life, and Ava had asked me to come here under the guise that this warlock could help me. If she believed he could, I believed he could. It was as simple as that. I had to admit that a part of me was also inherently foolhardy. He'd been daring me to drink it, and the stupid part of me rose to the challenge. I shouldn't take bait someone dangled so easily. I should know better than that. I was a fool certainly, but a well-meaning one. I would have to be more careful in the future. When it was all gone, I grimaced and burped loudly. Yuck. That was disgusting. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. He laughed, the sound oddly rough, almost rusty. "Ah yeah. I didn't try too hard on the flavor." He shrugged like he didn't particularly care how he came across. I met his gaze as I handed him back the empty potion bottle. "Did you really spend half a year working on a cure?" It was tempting to goad him, but if this thing really worked, I might be able to forgive his asshole tendencies. He nodded, his eyes solemn. "For me?" I asked again, though I didn't understand why I cared so much about the answer. "I shouldn't." He nodded again. That didn't make any sense, not with the information I currently had. I stared at him, then narrowed my eyes. There was something about him that was vaguely familiar, something that kept bothering me the more I looked at him. I couldn't explain it. "You said you know who poisoned me that night." It was a guy. I was dancing with him. I waited a heartbeat of silence, then asked, "Do you know him?" His eyes shadowed with pain, and even though the answer suddenly seemed so obvious, I couldn't believe it. My breath escaped me. It was like I'd been punched in the gut. "No way." I hissed out, not wanting to believe that the man before me was the villain in my story. The man I'd thought about, obsessed over, hated with every ounce of my being, for over a year now. How? Why? There were more questions and fewer answers. None of it made any sense. I wasn't sure it was ever going to. I didn't even know if the man in front of me was going to be honest, either. But he had blonde hair, I'm sure of it. I blinked, trying to remember, trying to rack my brain for the vision of him. Ironic, I was suddenly at a loss for his image even though he'd haunted me for a year now. I didn't understand how the mind worked at all. My memories of that night were fuzzy, but it couldn't have been him. It couldn't. Ava surely wouldn't have told me to trust him, brought me here to face him if he was the bad guy. No. There was no way my sister would do that to me. Shadow moved his hand slowly up, over his face and through his hair. There, right in front of me, he transformed into the man I'd met that night. I tried to suck in a breath, but my body rejected it. I was paralyzed, immobile. I wanted to run from him. I wanted to attack. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do more, but I couldn't stand around waiting. I had to do something. I got up, hands clenched into fists. He couldn't have shocked me more if he'd slapped me in the face. This man had tried to end my life, and now I'd just drunk another potion from him. What would this one do to me? How could I have been this stupid? I trusted you. How could Ava? Unless he'd done something to her. I didn't want to think about it, but I knew with every fiber of my being, Ava would never have intentionally hurt me. And she would never allow someone who poisoned me permission to give me another potion under the excuse of curing me unless she was under some spell, or she didn't know who he was in the first place. My magic pulsed inside of me, and I considered unleashing it on him and being done with this. Bastard. Stop screwing with my life. He sat up straighter on the bench seat first, then stood up to match my posture. I swung my arm, connecting with his face, not even thinking about the fact that I was punching a large man until I already had. It wasn't with my magic by any means, but at least I did something to show how furious I was, whether it was directed at him, or myself for blindly accepting help from a stranger when I knew better. Or even with Ava, I didn't know. But it felt good anyway. Pain exploded through my wrist as the cracking sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed in the forest. Phewick! I screamed as I reeled away from him, holding my right hand with my left, cradling the pain. Maybe that hadn't been the best choice, because after the brief moment of satisfaction of actually hitting him, all happiness had been swallowed by the pain of physical contact. My anger didn't disappear though. Instead, I was left screaming and yelling at a big stupid warlock, whose cheek was quickly swelling. At least there was that. He hadn't come away completely unscathed. How could you? I yelled at him. You fucking asshole, you almost killed me. And I liked you. I liked you. We danced and we kissed and we... I let my voice trail off, catching myself before I could reveal too much. I hadn't told anyone about that detail before, not even Bella. But now it was the only thing I could think of. I'd let him touch me, and he'd betrayed me on the most basic level. I trusted you. You. Bastard. Shadow's eye was reddening and there was blood dripping from his nose, and yet he stood there stoic as a statue. I wanted to push him or hit him again, but my hand wasn't going to let me do that. And the fact that he was just standing there dripping blood wasn't helping. If anything, I was getting more furious by the moment. Say something. I yelled at him, sick of his silence. He shook his head. What I did was despicable, Courtney. I have no excuse and I am so sorry. You're sorry? I repeated, gaping at him. You tried to kill me. His eyes, which had remained facing forward initially, now dropped to look at me. He began to speak, then stopped and shook his head. Tell me, I demanded. I couldn't just scream how horrible he was at him. I needed to know why. I needed to know where the order came from. I needed to know everything. He stopped again, then said, I don't want to excuse my behavior, but I honestly didn't know what their plan was. They told me the potion would compel you to come into the realm, so they could expose the High Warlock as having lied about his offspring. Offspring? I spluttered, still cradling my hand, which was now throbbing. You think it's better that they wanted to use me to incarcerate my father? That's not better. I didn't want to admit it, but it was a step up from trying to kill me. May I fix your hand? He asked suddenly. My obstinacy reared its ugly head, and I almost told him he could shove his healing magic up his ass. But I managed to bite my tongue and instead stuck my arm out. You owe me, so yeah, do it. My own magic wasn't strong enough to help me, and with my temper this high, I wouldn't even attempt to try and heal myself. Shadow reached out and gently pressed his fingers to the back of my hand. I flinched even though his touch was painless, then a soothing warmth spread over my skin. The pain lifted, and for the first time in more months than I could count, I realized my head didn't hurt. I glared at him. Did you do something to my head as well? He wiped the blood from his nostril with his hand but didn't use any magic to fix his face. No, I didn't. Are you feeling better? I glared at him, then turned and walked away without answering. I did a quick inventory of my body. My everyday body aches were gone. My head was clear, except of course for the anger still zinging through my blood. But as it began to sink in that I felt better than I had in over a year, it became harder to cling to my fury. Whatever he'd given me was working. I sat back down on the park bench and conjured up a glass of ice-cold lemonade for myself and took a sip. No headache. No tunnel vision. No massive mood swing, though that was a tough call to make since my gut was still churning with anger towards Shadow. I stared up at him where he still stood nearby. Tell me your name. Now. He owed me so big. I felt like I could ask him for the world at this moment, and it still wouldn't make up for what he'd taken from me. It's Harry, he said, quiet as a mouse. Harry Trentham. I stared at him, waiting for the penny to drop. I don't know why that would be, what? Offensive to me. Why had he worried so much about not telling me his real name? He nodded once, an odd jerk of his head. My parents are on the council. I shot to my feet once more, amazed at how easy and pain-free that movement now was. What do you mean? My family are part of the original council members, alongside your family. I gaped at him. So they were, what? Grooming you to be the next evil warlock? He pressed his lips into a thin line. Oh, I'd hit a nerve there. Then he lifted his chin and said, my parents have not been easy on me. I've spent my life trying to please them, and when they asked me to do a horrible thing to a girl I didn't know, I agreed. He paused for effect, which made his words sink in. I crossed my arms over my chest. Damn it. Now I'm feeling sorry for him. Yeah, I get that. My mother wasn't exactly full of rainbows and sunshine. And I probably would have done anything to win her approval, but still, what he'd done to me sucked. Harry nodded as though he understood, but I doubted he did. However, in all fairness, I had no idea what it must have been like to grow up with evil parents like his. My father was on the council, and he wasn't evil, so technically, Harry's parents might be okay. But considering they'd asked him to seduce and poison me, maybe not. So, you're telling me that your parents lied to you about what that potion was for? Yes, they did. But I found out through a friend what had really happened to you after you'd left that night, and I. It was his turn to appear angry, his lips twisted and his eyes flashing. You what? I went to my parents and demanded they tell me the truth. His hands tightened into fists at his sides. They admitted they knew the potion would kill you. And I demanded. What else happened? I walked away, he said, his tone flat and cold. Oh, tough guy. Wow. You walked away. I shook my head, amazed at how disappointed I was at the climax of the story. Wow. You tried to kill me and you walked away. I went to turn away and walk back to Ava, but he stopped me, reaching out and grabbing my arm. You misunderstand me. I tugged my arm out of his grip and stared up at him. Really? Enlighten me. He inhaled deeply, his nostrils flaring before finally saying, I walked away, Courtney. From my family, from the council, from my home. From everything I've ever known. His words gripped my heart and held on tight. What do you mean? I mean, what happened that night was the turning point of my whole life. From the moment I found out what they'd made me do, I walked away and became the shadow. I help those who need me, and if you want me to help you take down the council, I'm in. Chapter 5. I gaped at him. Had he just told me that I was the linchpin that had exploded his life? What did that even mean? Was it supposed to be a compliment? An insult? What? Ugh. He moved away, running a hand through his hair and groaning loudly. I didn't want to tell you that. I don't want you to feel sorry for me, or think I'm trying to gain your sympathy. But you deserve the truth. I clasped my hands together so I didn't punch him again, even though the thought of doing just that was more tempting than I expected it to be. You just blamed me for your whole life imploding. God, no. He rushed back over to me, clasping my hands with his. He shook his head adamantly, his eyes wide, like he was trying to find the right words to say whatever it was he wanted to say. Despite the turmoil of emotion steamrolling through me, I'd be lying if I didn't admit that his touch sparked unwanted warmth in my belly. I clenched my teeth, trying to ignore it. I didn't want to feel anything for him, especially not warmth in any way. You opened my eyes, he declared, his tone urgent, as though that explained everything. I'd known there was something wrong with the council, with my life, but it wasn't until that day that everything clicked into place. Because of you. Don't you understand? No, I didn't. But you left your home, everything you've ever known, I reminded him. And now I fight for a cause. His lips curved into a smile so genuine, I found my knees weakening. Would it be too much to hope that he was telling the truth? I help people. I finally have purpose, Courtney. Even if I don't have the family I was born to, I know I'm doing what I should be doing. I know what I'm doing is right. I gently tugged my hands out of his and took a step back. I needed space. I needed to wrap my head around what he was saying, and his touch was too distracting. You're fighting in the shadows, I pointed out. He nodded. Yes. Why? That was what didn't make sense to me. That was what I needed more of an explanation about. He tilted his head to the side. What do you mean? It seemed he didn't comprehend why I didn't understand. I mean, you're fighting in the shadows. You helped my sister, saved her life actually, but didn't wait for recognition or thanks. I cocked my head to the side, crossing my arms over my chest and pursing my lips together. What was his game exactly? Everyone wanted credit for things, especially good deeds. So why didn't he? I wasn't sure if it was noble or cowardly. Was he protecting his parents? Was that the reason he didn't want anyone to know who he was? Would there be repercussions for his parents when the council found out that their lost boy was the shadow? Thoughts swam into my mind and out, each possibility something that made sense but didn't exactly feel right. I wished he would spell it out for me, so I didn't have to guess. He lifted his chin, and I saw the proud Warlock in that move. I don't need thanks, he said firmly, as though even suggesting he did was an affront to who he was as a person. I need to be useful. I need to. He stopped, and it was like someone whispered the next words into my ear. I need to make up for what I did to you. I uncrossed my fingers and slammed my hands down onto my hips, my temper flaring high. He thought he could make that up. Like it would be that easy. Had he even considered what I went through that day, what I continued to go through every damn night? I will never forgive you for what you did to me, Harry, I told him. I could hear the vitriol in my tone, could feel my cheeks pinch with my anger. If I wasn't careful, I would combust. Never. If it wasn't for my sister, who is too brilliant for words, I'd be dead. That potion was fucking toxic as hell. I don't think you've considered what it did to me. What it would still be doing to me, if it wasn't for my sister. He paled. I know, he admitted, his eyes on the floor. Strange. I expected more of a fight for him, instead of quick compliance. But I'm still going to try. Great. So I had a slave who owed me. Someone who wanted to help, out of a sense of obligation. Why wasn't that as appealing as it sounded? I sneered with disgust, shaking my head again before I dropped my arms back to my sides. Okay, fine. There was nothing more to say. I couldn't stand here and listen to his nonsense any longer. I didn't want to have a conversation with him at all. Let's get back to my sister. I want to see my nephew. I stomped off from him, back towards town without waiting for him to respond in any way. Harry followed silently behind me. I rolled my eyes and bit down on my bottom lip to keep from saying anything, though I wanted to tell him to go away. I wasn't in the mood to deal with his presence. I just wanted to be alone. When we reached the Phi town, people were working and talking as they always did. The Phi were a gentle yet fierce race of people who took pride in who they were. I marched towards one of the small houses, the one where Ava usually stayed when she visited. Walking briskly helped with the adrenaline still coursing through my body. It didn't get rid of it completely, but that might be because Harry was still following me. The door opened and my sister strode out, baby propped on her hip. Courtney. Wow. Ava stopped and stared at me. I got within a few feet of her and stopped. What do you mean, wow? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Ava declared. Something's very right. You look amazing. I glanced down at the ground, a heated blush flooding my face. Yeah, well, he gave me a potion that I think might have cured me. Ava's squeal of delight had me looking up again. That's fantastic. Oh my God. She rushed me, hugging me tightly with one arm while she held the baby with the other. Courtney, I'm so happy. I can't believe it. I hugged her back, but when she pulled away, she had a concerned frown on her face. Why aren't you jumping for joy? I thought this was what you wanted. To go a whole day without a headache, a mood swing, or me fainting. Hell yes, this is what I wanted. Getting better had been my focus for so long, it was still surreal to think it had actually happened. But he told me a lot of other things that have me feeling less than grateful for his help. I glanced towards Harry, the shadow, conscious of not using his name, then gave Ava a quick rundown on what he'd told me. At the end of my story, Ava's blue eyes were on angry fire. She turned towards Harry. You were the one who poisoned her. He nodded. Yes. It was me. Ava didn't attack him like I expected, but she lifted her chin and asked a pointed question. Who gave you the order? Tavlor walked out of the cabin, going straight for Ava and taking Maddie in his arms. Everything okay here? Ava crossed her arms over her chest and flicked her long blonde hair over her shoulder. No, not really. But we'll get there. She continued to stare at Harry. Answer the question. My parents asked me to give Courtney the potion. I expected Ava to ask who his parents were, but instead she fired straight back. And who asked them to? Surely, they weren't the masterminds behind the whole thing? Harry's gaze shifted to mine, then snapped back to Ava. Well, no. They were just following orders too. I shoved him in the side. You didn't tell me this part. I was going to, he replied. But we got waylaid by other conversation. Then answer the question, Ava repeated, her tone bossy now. Who was the one who wanted my sister dead? Who had the power and the knowledge to find her, and send you to poison her? Harry looked from Ava to me, then back again. I could tell he wanted to tell us, and when he finally did, another piece of the puzzle fell into place. It was Charity, the High Warlock's wife. She was the one who had hunters out looking for Bella and Courtney, and it was she who gave the order. Chapter 6. Fury poured through me like smoldering hot lava. The fact that smoke wasn't currently shooting out of my ears was nothing short of a miracle. Of all the people in the universe, the person who'd signed my death warrant had to be her. There was only one villain in our story, and it had always been the same woman. Why hadn't I seen this sooner? Why hadn't I put it together before now? It should have been so obvious. My gaze shot toward Ava, and saw the same feelings mirrored back at me in her violet blue eyes. Her teeth were clenched together so tightly, her jaw popped. brows furrowed heavily over those steely eyes. "Can you fucking believe it?" Ava said, throwing her hands up in the air. I laughed at her theatrics because what other response was there? It was as ridiculous as it was infuriating. There was no other way to describe it, no other way for me to respond. "Of course I can believe it," I said. "She tried to kill you multiple times and failed. It makes sense that she tried to kill me too." Did that mean she was behind the failed assassination attempt at the library as well? Wouldn't surprise me if she was. The warlock who'd attacked us had been hired by the council, but back then I'd considered the council almost an independent body, but it wasn't. I knew better now. The council was made up of witches and warlocks who'd been born to privilege and who held outdated tradition as the modern standard in everyday life. In fact, Charity being the bad guy here made sense in lots of ways. Part of me even empathized with her and understood where she was coming from. I even felt a little sorry for her. I didn't like that I felt this way, but I couldn't help it. I wanted to understand her and found I actually could. She'd married the High Warlock and had never been able to produce a child for herself or an heir for him. I didn't even know if children were something I wanted in the first place, but I could only imagine how terrible it would have been to not be able to conceive. Having a baby was something society expected women to do, especially as it defined most women. If you couldn't have a child, then what? Granted, women were much more than just baby-making machines. They were independent, free thinkers who had agency over their choices. They were beautiful, they were messy, and they were wild. I was proud to be a woman. However, that didn't mean I couldn't empathize with someone who wanted a child of her own and couldn't have one. She must have felt like a failure on the most basic level. There had been no love between them to base their marriage on, and Charity had one job. A job she had failed. According to the reading I'd done, as the wife of the High Warlock, Charity was to produce one male child for her husband. Charity had never been able to do the one thing she was meant to. Then, after 20 years of marriage, she'd found out that her husband had created 3 daughters with a woman he'd loved as a young man. And there was nothing she could do about that, either. It wasn't as though she could divorce him. He was the High Warlock, after all. Who in their right mind would choose to walk away from him? I didn't even know if that was allowed here. Even so, the betrayal and pain finding out about Ava, then Bella and me. Despite them being in a loveless marriage, cheating was never a justifiable action, at least in my opinion. Then again, I knew my father was as trapped as Charity had been, so it was difficult to condemn either of them, in truth. Of course, I wasn't going to let her off the hook for attempting to kill me and my sisters. Just because I could understand her didn't mean I agreed with her actions. Ava began to pace, moving around as she did when she was angry. Maddie reached for her with his tiny chubby hands, but she didn't grab him, and I had to assume it was because she was too angry to hold him. She didn't want him to feel the anger coursing through her veins, which I could understand because I was feeling the same way. I wouldn't want an innocent child picking up on my emotions, since it definitely wasn't his fault. My gut churned and my heart thumped against my ribs, trying to think of a solution and coming up with nothing. Tavlor moved his son from one arm to the other, juggling the baby with ease. At least he was able to distract Maddie for the time being. She hated you from the very start, Tavlor reminded Ava, casting a knowing look her way. Ava groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose, even as she continued to pace. Yeah, I know she did. And she made it very clear when she shot a death spell straight at my chest and knocked me halfway across the room. It was only because of my talented sister's spell that I lived at all. My hand went to my belly, where my beautiful tattooed son still lay on my skin. Bella had cast a spell that had hurt like frickin' hell at the time, but it had saved Ava's life and Bella's once she had one too. We had been so close to death then. It was easy to forget, looking at Ava and Bella's life now, that this could have easily slipped through our fingers because of Charity. Ava's gaze flicked down to my hand where it lay on my stomach, then moved back to my face. If you'd had that tattoo when you were poisoned, you might not have had all those terrible side effects, Ava said, then shook her head. We should have figured this out sooner. I shrugged. Thanks to Bella, I survived anyway. The fact that I still had the protection of my whole tattoo, in case I needed it in the future, gave me some comfort, actually. I wasn't wishing it away anytime soon. And besides, everything was still new to us. It wasn't like Mom left us a book or notes on what to expect. My gaze flipped back up to Harry. And thanks to Shadow here, I don't have any of those side effects anymore. I said the words, though I couldn't believe it. The fact that I might have my health back was too surreal to process properly. It was all I'd wanted for so long. And the person who gave it to me had been the person who poisoned me in the first place. The thought was wild. Ava made a grunting noise, and when I looked at her, she was glaring at me. Don't tell me you forgive him for what he did to you. My laugh was painful, both in my throat and deep in my chest. Of course I don't, I said as though it were obvious. Nothing is going to make up for the fact that he tried to kill me. I wanted Harry to be hurt by the words, and yet I couldn't bring myself to look at his face to watch the pain I assumed was spreading through his eyes. It had been an absolutely horrible thing that he'd done to me. But the logical part of my brain kept pointing out that poisoning me hadn't been his idea, and he'd done everything in his power to fix the after effects. He got points for that, not that I was going to tell him so. Tavlor looked at Shadow, and back to me again. Then he said the strangest thing I've heard in a long time. Do you know that you two would have probably been paired up to marry if Courtney had been born in the magical realm? All three of us stared at Tavlor, stupefied. Ah, sorry? What do you mean? Ava asked, the only one able to speak at this point. Tavlor went on to explain, the High Warlock heir always has an arranged marriage. Arranged by the council, of course. It was practically illegal for the High Warlock to have a daughter, let alone 3. But I can imagine that if you 3 had met the council under better circumstances, they would have found husbands for all of you. I stared at my brother-in-law. Are you saying that Ava would have been allowed to marry you? Tavlor chuckled, and I couldn't stop myself from staring at him. It was a sound I didn't hear very often. Hardly. I am a half-breed mongrel bastard. They would never have let the heir to the High Warlock marry me. What are you trying to say, Tavlor? Ava asked. Because there has to be a reason behind this strange-ass speech. Ava's gaze traveled to Harry, then back to Tavlor. Tavlor continued, Shadow is the son of one of the council members. And he's a similar age to Courtney. His family is very high up in the hierarchy of the council, and the two of them would have made a perfect match as far as the council members were concerned. My jaw dropped. Tavlor knew who he was? After all of Harry's worries about staying anonymous. Cold dragged through my belly and I swallowed hard against the strange feeling. Was he saying that Harry and I were some sort of perfect fit, as far as the council was concerned? The very idea made me sick. Ava's hands landed hard on her hips. Seriously? You're from the council? No wonder you tried to poison my sister. Harry was staring at Tavlor in disbelief. Tavlor turned to address Shadow directly. Did you think I wouldn't remember you? For many years my only job was to protect the High Warlock. I would look into everything that was going on with him, and everyone around him. I took my job very seriously. Harry's lips kicked up at the edges in a begrudging smile, and I looked away, unable to stop the flood of strange warmth filtering through my chest. Ava shoved her husband with her elbow. It would have been nice to give me a heads up who he was before I sent for my sister to come and spend time with him. Tavlor didn't respond to her push but simply said, I was pretty sure that he didn't mean Courtney any harm, and I didn't want to say anything until I knew I was right. Despite the fact that I was in the beautiful, natural, quiet Fey realm, I was beginning to feel overwhelmed. My chest was tight, and anxiety was making me shift from foot to foot. This is getting too much for me. And although my headache was no longer there, I still didn't feel like my old self. Not yet anyway. It was great to see you guys, but I think I need to get back home. Harry turned towards me with a concerned frown on his face. Are you still feeling unwell? I shook my head. Not exactly, but it's been a long time since I had this much excitement. Understatement of the century. I'll walk you back, Harry said. I might need to use some of my concealment magic so people don't see me around the council building, but I'll take you as far as I can. Harry turned as though he was going to head back along the path, but I grabbed his arm to stop him. No, thank you. I don't need an escort. I have access to my dad's office. I can go straight from here. Tavlor stepped closer to me, his dark eyes narrowing at me as though I'd said something wrong. What do you mean? Don't you have to jump through the portals like everyone else? My stomach twisted from his tone, because he obviously didn't approve of what I was about to say to him. But it wasn't my style to lie, so despite my lethargy, I lifted my chin and gave him my honest response. I shook my head. No, I don't have to. Dad gave me access to a magical shortcut. I think it's technically against the rules, which is why he doesn't let anyone else do it, including himself. But there's been times in the past when I've been so unwell or so weak, I couldn't deal with the council goons and jumping through all the different portals. I just needed to get back to my bed as soon as possible. Ava nudged her husband, who was looking at me shocked. Then Tavlor said, no one in the universe has anything like that. If someone found whatever it is you have, Courtney, that would be very bad. To give anyone else access to the High Warlock while he slept. Tavlor trailed off and I nodded towards him. I totally understand, Tavlor. I'll protect it. Don't worry. I thought back to yesterday when I found Charity on her hands and knees, looking for something in Dad's office. Was that what she had been looking for? And how would she even know about the magical key that my father had given me? I'd have to think about it when my brain was working better. I walked toward my big sister and gave her a giant hug. Then I kissed my nephew on the forehead and quickly hugged my brother-in-law. I'll walk you to the portal, Harry said, turning and beginning to walk down the path ahead of me. Ava grimaced out a smile. At least he seems sorry for what he did. I sighed. Doesn't change anything. Even if I had felt a strange sort of connection with Harry the night I'd met him in that human bar. I'd been ready to go home with him if he'd asked me to, which he hadn't. But those feelings were gone now. Gone forever. Another thing the council had ruined. Thanks for calling me here, I said to Ava. If his potion has undone all the damage the original poison did, I'll be good as new soon. Go rest, Ava said. I'll come by in a few days to see how you're doing. Sounds great. I smiled at Tavlor, then headed down the path through the woods once more. Where had Shadow gone? And what was I going to say to him now? Chapter 7. Harry wasn't hiding the way I assumed he might be. He was standing by the portal, his hands thrust into his pockets and his eyes on the grass at his feet, looking to all the world like a lost boy. I almost felt sorry for him, but then I remembered what he'd done to me, and that sympathy disappeared like it always did. I pursed my lips, taking him in. Was he really my age? I would have thought he was closer to 30, with his wizened eyes. There was something about him that seemed to know more than he let on, and unfortunately for me, everything about him stoked my curiosity. I stopped walking when I stood in front of him, at a loss for words. He must have been as well, since he wasn't speaking either. I wasn't sure if the silence was awkward, but it definitely wasn't comfortable. I searched my mind, trying to figure out a way to push through this moment, to fill the silence without sounding like a complete moron. I better go, I told him, gesturing to the portal. That was relatively safe. At least I thought it was. The key for my father's apartment lay around my neck in a small crystal, hanging on a chain. No one would notice it unless they knew to look, and even then it was just a necklace. I'd never told anyone about my shortcut back to our dad's apartment, and after Tavlor's warning, I wouldn't again. Harry looked up and met my gaze, and in his eyes I saw a burning need to tell me something. I stiffened. My feet rooted in place. Was this part of his strange magic? How was he able to render me so completely useless with a single look? What is it? I asked after more silence and time had passed. I hoped the annoyance in my tone hadn't bubbled up, but I detected a sharpness to my voice I couldn't take back now. Oh well. Finally he said, I owe you a life, Courtney. His words were surprisingly solemn. For someone who seemed to have mischief living in his eyes, the fact that he was so serious threw me off. I know you don't want my help, but you have it. I'll be there for you, I promise. Just ask. If, and when you're ready. I shivered as a wave of heat passed over my skin. I could feel the magic of his words in this place. The Fey world added weight to his declaration. It was like he'd bound himself to me. I stepped back. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. There was too much power, too much expectation. I couldn't have him beholden to me in that way. Sure, he definitely owed me, but more in the sense that I'd ask him for a favor in the future, maybe. I didn't want him hanging around me indefinitely, just in case I needed him. Already his presence made me feel uncomfortable. What sort of life would that be for him or me? You already saved Bella's life, I reminded him, feeling uncomfortable with the amount of emotion I could see in his eyes. The amount of truth in them. And you've cured me. I don't want you to be beholden to me, Harry. I release you from whatever this is. I gestured between us. That sort of pressure wasn't right, and he didn't deserve it. Charity, yes? Him? No. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a silver bracelet. I was immediately drawn to the large links and charms that hung from each one. I couldn't look away from it. Wow, that's beautiful. I made it for you, he said, opening the clasp and holding it out for me. Made it. The fact that anyone could make something as beautiful as this for me boggled my mind. I knew what I was worth, but the craftsmanship that went into this clearly took time, and the way it glimmered just so in the light. May I put it on you? He tilted his head to the side, and although I couldn't be sure, his tone sounded shy. Like he wasn't quite sure what to expect from my reaction. This time I didn't hesitate, though I probably should have, and put my arm straight out for him. Harry clipped the bracelet on. The silver lay warm and heavy against my skin. It tingled against my flesh. I couldn't help but wonder if that was part of magic, or if that was something else entirely. I stared down at the charms, running my fingers over each one. There was a tiny cat and a witch's cauldron, a tiny book and a sparkling diamond. It was beautiful. Is this a gift? I asked, amazed that he would give me such a thing. I didn't understand what prompted him to do so in the first place. Or there is another function. It's both, he said. Each of those charms will give you a wish from me. You only need to hold one and speak what you want, and I'll find a way to get it for you, no matter what it is. At that moment, the only thing that popped into my head was the fact that I wanted my mother back, but I was pretty sure that bringing people back from the dead was against the natural order of things. Not to mention out of the scope of warlocks. After all, if my father hadn't tried such a thing and he was the High Warlock, surely no one else could manage such a miracle? Even someone as talented and as determined as Harry. I inhaled sharply, suddenly overwhelmed. My gaze dropped back to the bracelet. I couldn't look at him any longer. My cheeks pinched pink, I was sure of it. What was going on with me? I wasn't the type to blush like this. I don't know what to say. He thrust his hands back into his pockets and bounced on the balls of his feet. At least I wasn't the only one squirming in some level of discomfort. If you need me anytime, touch the diamond and call my name. I'll be there as fast as I can. And I believed that. Somehow, he'd protected Bella when she needed him, though how he did that, I had no idea. Do you watch us? I asked suddenly. Had he been protecting Bella and me all this time, and we didn't even know it? Was that even possible? The idea was less creepy than it probably should be, but now that I thought about it, I couldn't help but wonder. He tilted his head, pursing his lips, trying to figure out the best way to answer that question. Not you specifically. But I'm in the magical realm a lot, invisible thanks to a spell. Watching and listening. Oliver and I have an understanding too. He doesn't tell anyone about me, and I help him protect people important to the cause. It's mutually beneficial, and we both get what we want. Understanding dropped into my lap. So that's how you knew to protect Bella that day. Now it was starting to make sense. Yeah, he told me to watch her, he agreed. I wasn't expecting the council to attack her like that, but I was glad I was there when they did. Me too, I whispered, annoying tears filling my eyes. I couldn't believe I was this affected by everything still. I shouldn't be. I should be strong, especially when it came to my sister. But it was difficult, knowing how close she had come to death. I blinked the tears away, hating the weakness. I coughed roughly to clear my throat. Bella is very important to me, so thank you for saving her life. I'm not sure what I would have done if. I couldn't finish the rest of the sentence. Harry took a step back and away from me. I know you're not feeling well, so I didn't mean to stop you and hold you here any longer, but I needed to give you the bracelet. My fingers went unerringly to the diamond, and my mind filled with thoughts of the gorgeous Warlock before me. I let the jewel go, not liking the feeling. Okay. Well, thanks. I suppose I'll see you soon. The edge of his full lips tilted up. You will. My breath caught in my throat, but before I could say anything stupid, I stepped through the portal, channeling the energy from the jewel around my neck to find my way straight home. I was ready to collapse, anyway. I'd never been more relieved to open the door and stumble into my dad's office. But it wasn't physical exhaustion that had me crumpling on the couch. My head was a whirl with information and intense feelings I didn't particularly understand or want to understand, at least right now. My stomach growled and I realized I'd barely eaten all day, and Dad would be home soon. I got up and walked over to the dining table, reaching inside to feel for my magic. It had been so long since I'd felt any decent amount of power inside of me. I hadn't even been able to make dinner for my father, or create a full outfit or anything important. But today, for the first time in forever, my magic was there, humming away. Strong. Thanks to Harry. I put out my hands, and even though they shook a little, I cast a spell for a sumptuous dinner. Roasted pumpkin soup, roast lamb and baked sweet potatoes. The smell made my mouth water as the food appeared, beautifully hot and ready on huge plates. I focused on dessert, and using my magic, conjured up steaming hot apple strudel with a jug of thick cream. My stomach rumbled, just looking at everything now beautifully displayed on the table. Pride billowed in my heart that I could make food again. Then my stomach growled so loudly I laughed aloud. I was ready to devour this whole meal myself. Dad better hurry up. As though my words had conjured him, the door opened behind me. I turned to greet my father with pure joy in my heart. His jaw dropped open. Courtney. Is that really you? I laughed. Yeah, it's me. What happened? He asked, dropping his coat and bag and rushing over. I ran into his arms and he hugged me tightly. I'd always known that I lacked something growing up, and it was this. My father. You look so vibrant, he said, his voice catching with emotion. It was sad that Dad had never seen me like this. He was staring at me like he didn't know me. And yet this was how I'd looked my whole life. Before the council and Harry had tried to end me. I shook off the negative thoughts and focused on the positive. I pulled back and dragged him over to the dining table. I made dinner. Let's eat, and I'll tell you everything. And I did. Over the hot, decadent meal, I told him. About Harry, the shadow, and his wife's treachery. His knife clattered onto the plate as he muttered, "That bitch." I laughed as I took another sip of the sweet wine Dad had conjured up. Ah, yeah. Bad. I must report her, my father said. To the council. She must be held accountable for her crimes. I burst out laughing. Oh my God, are you serious? I asked, looking at him with a raised brow. How do you not get it yet, Dad? She is the council. The council is her. This whole being responsible for her actions doesn't exist. No. My father shook his head, still in total denial about the people he worked with, lived with, trusted. Why he trusted those people after everything he had experienced, I had no idea, but apparently he still did. I wasn't sure whether to be annoyed by his naivety or sympathetic for his belief in people. Dad. I sighed. How can you still believe there is any good left in the council? They tried to kill Ava, they sent an assassin for Bella, and now this. I mean this with all due respect, but are you blind? Or just foolish? I threw myself back in my chair and crossed my arms over my chest. My father didn't speak. In fact, his silence was louder than anything he could have said. He was still loyal to the council, and as High Warlock, he was responsible for everyone in the realms. I stood up and slid my chair back, the wood making a scraping sound on the floor. The frustration and anger were building in my gut, making a hot wave wash over me. Dad, I know you grew up here. These are your people. But it's time you got with the program. Tavlor and Ava are changing the Shifter and Fey realms one person at a time. Ava's smashing through the council's walls and glass ceilings, and you're just sitting there doing the same thing you always have. He stood up, his posture straight, his shoulders rigid just like his beliefs. This place is my home, Courtney, and I do the best job I can. I'm trying my best. I scoffed at him. Your best? You're still following their rules. Believing their bullshit. They've tried to kill all 3 of your daughters multiple times and you're still working with them. Dad threw his hands up in the air. What do you expect, Courtney? I've made Ava my heir. I've protected the Shifters and Bella. I'm fighting tooth and nail every day just to hold on to my position. What else can I do? My teeth cracked as I clenched my jaw hard. I took a moment, breathing in and out of my nose and trying to control my temper. I didn't snap, but it was damn close. I unlocked my jaw and managed to say, Father, I need to be frank because you're not getting it. You need to fire the whole fucking council. They all need to get tossed out of power. Now. We need a new council. One that is elected. One of the people. One with Fey, Shifters and half-breeds. My father's shock was obvious in the widening of his eyes and the slight parting of his lips. But then just as quickly, his eyes became darker and his jaw clamped down. And there it was. My stubborn streak, staring me directly in the face. It was a shock, to be honest. I had seen hints of both parents in my sisters, but never had I seen myself in my father. Until now. If the circumstances were different, I'd probably start laughing. That's never going to happen, Courtney, he finally said, his tone resolute. I shook my head, sadness sweeping through me. Of course it won't if the High Warlock doesn't believe it will. I turned and walked away from him then, going into my room and shutting the door. But what he didn't realize was that I was just as stubborn, if not more so than him. Years with my mother hadn't taught me to rein in my temper like my father had obviously been schooled to. I was angry. This world was unfair and the people who were in control of it, the council, were dangerous. And if my father, who had all the supposed power, wasn't willing to change it, then I would. Chapter 8. I woke up the next morning and prepared myself for the onslaught of horrible feelings that had been plaguing me for over a year. Headaches, muscle aches, nausea and mood swings. And that was just in the morning. But as I slowly stretched my arms above my head and opened my eyes, I gasped. I was warm. I was pain-free and my head was clear. It was like a dream, except it was real. Oh. My God. I jumped out of bed too fast, stumbling in my haste. I immediately expected to feel the roll of nausea, or the spinning type of dizziness that came with moving too quickly nowadays. But instead, I felt nothing but the buzz of good health and energy. Holy shit. I have to tell Clarissa. Getting dressed was the first thing to do before I could go and visit my cousin, but how to do it this morning? I glanced towards my wardrobe that was full of clothes that Ava and Bella had made for me. Was last night a fluke? Had my magical strength been a one-off? I pressed my lips together, anxiety skimming along my nerves. I wanted my magic to work more than I wanted practically anything else. But it hadn't functioned properly in so long, I was afraid to try again. I didn't want to be disappointed, and I definitely didn't want to let anyone else down. It wasn't just me that was affected by this. My sisters, Harry, even my father. I took a breath, trying to control myself. I was excited, certainly, but I needed to think for a minute before I jumped into things. I glanced down at my silver bracelet, hanging warm and jangly on my wrist. The reminder of my cure, and my run-in with Harry, was the boost I needed. Don't be a chicken. Go for it. Power simmered within my chest, the sensations making my fingertips vibrate. I closed my eyes and imagined an outfit. Ripped denim jeans that fitted me well. A white loose t-shirt with a silver diamond pattern on it. And boots. Always black leather boots. When I opened my eyes and glanced down, the outfit I'd envisioned was fitted around me. I squealed with delight and jumped up and down. Yes, yes, yes. Dad didn't come running to see what the commotion was about, so he must have already left for work. Happiness bubbled inside me as I rushed into the living room and made myself a quick breakfast, toast, and an on-the-go cappuccino. Next stop, Clarissa? I took a few bites of my toast, grabbed my travel mug, and rushed to the door. A jump through the portal to the Adenolfi family realm had me landing on gravel that crunched beneath my boots. I hurried up the path towards my cousin's cottage. It was difficult to contain myself. I wanted to skip, to sing, to run, but I had to relax or else I was going to scare everyone away. The sun was shining on my face, and I tilted my head up to receive the warmth. I hadn't felt this good in so long, I barely remembered what it was like. I turned onto Clarissa's path and rushed up to her door, knocking briefly before letting myself in, like I usually did. Clarissa. It's me. I strode along her hallway, bursting into her small kitchen. There, sitting with my cousin at her dining table, was Harry. The happiness in my heart dropped into an acidic swirl in my gut. I narrowed my eyes, trying to figure out what was going on. What the hell are you doing here? Clarissa got to her feet, her jaw dropping as she stared at me. Courtney. You look amazing. I nodded towards Harry. Yeah, well, it's no thanks to him. Clarissa rushed over to me, grabbing me in a huge hug. You're well. I can't believe it. I hugged her back, most of the happiness in my heart now sucked out by the fact that Harry had infiltrated my secret home. When Clarissa pulled back, I turned to the shadow again. Seriously. What are you doing here? Harry stood up from the table, looking far too handsome and brooding with his gorgeous dark hair and solemn eyes. Ava reached out to Clarissa in regard to the treatment I gave you yesterday, and your cousin wished to speak to me as soon as possible. Clarissa beamed, her smile huge. I've been so depressed lately, sure that I'd never be able to help you. Then Harry contacted Ava, and you look amazing. I've never seen you look so healthy. I'm so happy for you, Court. I crossed my arms over my chest. That's because you didn't meet me before I was poisoned. I always looked like this, didn't I, Harry? After all, he was the one who'd picked me up and fed me that crap at the bar in our local town. Clarissa glanced from Harry to me, then back again. I'm missing something, she said, her voice flat. Yes, you are, I told her, pointedly looking at Harry. Care to explain? Clarissa asked with a sheepish smile on her face. Harry continued to keep his eyes on me in the most unnerving of ways. He inclined his head. I should go. I have a meeting with Oliver today at his old shop. Distracted for the moment, I couldn't help but ask, how's he doing since the council blew everything up? He's rebuilding, Harry said as though that explained everything. I believe he still stays with Bella on occasion, but he has a new apartment, and his shop is coming together nicely. He nodded his head at Clarissa, bid us goodbye, and headed to the door. Coward. I shook my head. He wasn't going to tell Clarissa what he'd done? Clarissa grabbed my hands and dragged me over to the table. Harry brought everything he used to make the potion that cured you, so that if we need to make another, we can. How'd he get into this realm? I asked. It was private, and I'd thought secure. I invited him, she said simply. And as a member of one of the council's families, he was accepted easily. Clarissa began to gather all the ingredients from the table to put away in her clinic, I assumed. My bad mood was strong, and I pushed against the cloud with all my might. "What's wrong?" Clarissa asked, turning towards me. "God, even angry, your eyes are so clear, your skin is glowing. I can't believe it." She excused herself and headed off to her clinic to put away the many potions and herbs Harry had obviously brought over for her. I closed my eyes while she was gone and focused on my happiness, on the health and vitality pulsing through me. When Clarissa finally came back into the kitchen, I was calm. Mostly. "So tell me what's got you all twisted up." And just like that, I was back with an angry ball in my gut. I pointed towards the front door, like Harry was still there. "Did he tell you that he was the one who poisoned me?" I demanded. It was one thing to lie to me, but to my cousin. To everyone else? Who did this guy think he was? Clarissa stared at me, her dark eyes shimmering with uncertainty. Then she said, "Yes, he did." My mouth dropped open. "And you aren't angry at him too?" There had to be some kind of mistake. There was no way Clarissa would be fine with someone poisoning me. No way. She sighed heavily. "Of course I am. Gave him a good whack when he first told me. But I've known Harry since he was young, and I know his parents too. There's no way he would have done it if he knew their real intention." I slid onto the bar stool that rested under the kitchen counter. Well, I don't forgive him. And I never will. I came here to celebrate my new health, not to see him. Clarissa clapped her hands. "You're right. A celebration is in order." She began to wriggle her fingers, conjuring up platters of food and making us pretty pink cocktails. I picked up the glass closest to me and lifted it into the air. "To you, Clarissa." "Me?" she repeated, her eyes widening in surprise. "What did I do?" I laughed. "Are you serious? You've done everything. You helped save me after Bella brought me here, then you've worked with me every day since. I couldn't have gotten through the last year without you." Clarissa clinked glasses with me, but I could tell she wasn't as happy I was. I took a sip then asked her, "What's wrong?" Clarissa put down her cocktail and sighed again. "I don't deserve your toast. I'm a failure, Courtney. I couldn't heal you, no matter what I tried. I could barely even help with your pain most days." I reached over the counter and grabbed her hand. "You're wrong. Your kindness was one of the only things that kept me going. You've been my emotional support person. You put up with my tantrums and the ridiculous number of times I kept passing out on everyone." Clarissa smiled, but I could see the tears in her eyes. How did I convince her that she was an integral, key part of my recovery? "Clarissa, I wouldn't be alive without you," I told her, meaning every word. "And when I woke up this morning, all I could think was that I had to come here and tell you that I was better." "Why?" "Because I knew that out of everyone, you would be happy about it. I had to celebrate with you because all your time and effort finally paid off. You've been next to me every step of the way, and I'll never forget what you did for me. I don't think I would have gotten better if it wasn't for you." The fact that she hadn't been able to undo the poison that Harry had slipped into my drink didn't change the fact that she'd never given up on me. Never stopped trying. "You're my best friend, Clarissa, and I love you." Saying the words was hard. My mother hadn't been particularly affectionate or free with her praise. But as Clarissa smiled at me, I knew it had been worth pushing myself to say things I normally didn't do. "Eat," Clarissa said, gesturing to the platters in front of us. "And tell me all about what you did to Harry when you found out what he'd done." Chapter 9. My next step was revealing the new me to Bella, which was more showing her that I was back to my old self. Then finally, I headed home again where I could finally relax. I was exhausted from the sheer amount of people I was speaking to, and the energy it required. As excited as I was to show them I was healed, it took a lot of energy simply to be happy and bouncing around all the time. I needed rest, or I was going to poison myself again. I decided I would put myself to bed early, had a long hot shower to ease the tension out of my body, and crashed the second my head hit the pillow. I couldn't stop thinking about Harry, the shadow, and what he'd done. My fingers went straight to the bracelet on my wrist. The silver was always warm, and the charms curled into my hand, reminding me of its presence. I wasn't tempted to call on him, not exactly. But knowing I could whenever I wanted to, was comforting in a strange way. My fingertips reached for the diamond, a strange urge to call to see if he would come passed over me. Was this another pretty lie he'd told me? Another way to make up for what he did? Or did he actually mean what he said? And did I care? But even if I wanted him to come, there was no way he would be able to reach me here, in my father's private realm. Could he? What was the extent of his powers anyway? Were there limits? A small part of me wanted to see, to test him out. But a larger part of me told me not to. To save the diamond for a time I might need him. After all, if I was going after Charity, I might need him for safety in the future. I closed my eyes, rolled over and went to sleep. The next morning, I woke up with a mission filling my mind and heart. I wanted revenge on Charity and the council for everything they'd done to me, my sisters, and my mother. Our mother had loved our father and fled the magical realm to save her own life. Ava had been imprisoned, had to escape and hide, and would have been killed by Charity if she hadn't had a protection spell save her. Bella and I had been attacked in the library, and Bella had almost died fighting for the right to marry the man she loved. They'd poisoned me and I'd almost died. Enough was enough. They needed to be taken down. I dressed carefully and non-magically, choosing some of the clothes Bella had conjured up for me months ago, saving my magic for later in the day. Even if I was new and refreshed, I didn't want to take advantage of myself and exhaust my powers before the day had even begun. My body needed time to adjust to everything anyway. I could go slow. I was still healing after all. When I entered the living room, my father was sitting at the table eating breakfast. "Hey," I greeted him, going to the fridge in the kitchen to grab a juice. "Good morning," he responded, though his tone was stiff. I jumped straight into the conversation I wanted to have with him, regardless of his current mood. "Do you know where Ava is at the moment?" I asked. "I want to have a chat with her, and maybe Bella too, today. It's kind of important." My father leaned back against the chair and looked up at me. "Bella is working at the library, I believe. Ava and Tavlor are coming here for a meeting around lunchtime." "So Ava was coming here? Perfect. Okay, well, I might go off to the library and see Bella for a bit, then I'll come back for lunch to see Ava," I told him. I poured myself a glass of orange juice and took a sip, using my hip to shut the fridge door. I nearly moaned at the taste. Freshly squeezed orange juice was my favorite thing to wake up to in the mornings. "You're looking very well, Courtney," my father said, his tone still stiff, though I could tell he genuinely meant his compliment. Dad wasn't the sort of man to say things he didn't mean. I tucked my long curly hair behind my ear, nodding as I swallowed the tart juice. "Thanks. That potion really did the trick. Should I ask what you want to talk about?" I smiled at my father, and reached for one of the croissants he had in a basket on the table. Then I said as calmly as possible, "I want to find Charity and punish her for what she's done to us. Do you know where she is?" I'd never seen my father gobsmacked before, but it was a look I'd remember forever. "You can't do that, Courtney." "Why not?" I asked, crossing my arms over my chest and leaning back against the kitchen counter. "Because it's not your job," he said, then stopped, licked his lips and continued, "The council will deal with her when we find her. At the moment, she's missing." So he'd already gone looking for her. Good. "Missing?" I repeated, with a giggle in my voice. There was no way that could be accurate. How did a current member of the council, and an incarcerated one at that, simply go missing? It didn't make any sense. She was here in this room only a few days ago. And are you seriously telling me that the council is going to punish her? Was that even possible? Was that something I could actually hope for? Well, there will be a trial, and if she's found to be guilty. My father let his voice trail off, raising his brows as though that would explain everything. If. I gaped at him. Though the fact that she would even be on trial was huge. Harry will testify to what his parents told him. I hoped, anyway. Maybe I could call in that favor he owed me. Even then, I wasn't sure he would do it. I hoped though. And I know you guys can do spells to make her talk. Charity had done it to Ava. Dad pressed his lips together and softly glared at me, clearly not liking the reminder. I pulled a chair out and sat down, glaring much harder at him. If he wanted to play that game, I could too. And I would win because I was better at it. Are you seriously upset about the fact that Charity needs to be found and held accountable for her actions? He shook his head. No, of course not. I have no affiliation with my Charity any longer. I lifted my hand and waved it at him. Then what's with the face? You look angry. He stopped and pressed his lips into a thin line again. I didn't really know what was going on with him, and I didn't want to hazard a guess. Because at this point, I was likely to jump to the conclusion that he still had feelings for his wife, and even though she'd tried to kill us, he wanted to protect her. I grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl and stood up. Well, I'm off to chat with Bella. As I stood up, so did my father. I'll see you at lunchtime then. I nodded and headed for the portal door. You might want to work out whose side you're on, Dad. I know you're the High Warlock and feel loyal to the Council because of everything that's happened in the past. But things need to change, and my sisters and I are here to see it happen. His eyes widened, then he nodded. I didn't know what he was feeling or thinking, but I could see the tension in the tightness of his jaw and the darkness of his eyes. Bye. I headed out so he could work out what he wanted to say when I came back. I wasn't in the mood to wait, and I didn't want to fight. I went the traditional way, through the many portals, and out the front door of the council building. I tried to pace myself. I didn't want to rush, but I also had more adrenaline coursing through my system, thanks to this new information that I needed a productive way to filter it out. Still, it was important to make sure I didn't push myself too hard. As I walked along the streets towards the Magical Academy and the library where Bella worked, I thought about how similar my middle sister was to our father. Ava and I were a lot more like our mother. Same strength and loudness. Bella had always been our shy bookworm, though she'd shown her strength when she'd brought me to the magical realm and saved my life. Our father had a similar aura to Bella, and I didn't want to underestimate him. But he didn't want to hunt down and punish his wife, and I didn't understand it. Why wouldn't he? Ava had said that Dad had moved out of his marriage home before she'd met him years ago. And clearly, he had still been in love with our mother, considering he sired 3 children with her. Even if he didn't know about us, the fact that he kept going back to her after everything said a lot. That must have meant that his marriage had been a crappy relationship. Surely, that meant he didn't love Charity. Why would he be wanting to protect her, especially knowing her vindictive nature and the fact that she wanted us dead? It made no sense whatsoever. I reached the library, opened the large gate and headed inside the building. My heart pounded a little harder as I walked along the hallway and opened the doors to the library. I had to stop for a minute just to catch my breath. So much for not pushing myself. Part of me was still a little freaked out by the library where Bella and I got attacked, by a council assassin no less. Bella hadn't been tainted, and she was the one who'd fared the worst. No, not my quiet bookworm sister. She'd come straight back to work while I'd avoided this place for ages now. It was a while ago, but I still dreamed of it sometimes. Unfortunately, being sick and weak and having to run for my life while my sister fought a man set on killing her still haunted me more than I cared to admit. But I couldn't let that shake me. Not today. Today I felt healthy and strong, and even though my stomach trembled with a touch of fear, I lifted my head and smiled when I saw the librarian. Hi, Hillary. How are you today? Courtney, she asked as though she didn't recognize me. I grinned at her. Yep. It's me. Is my sister here? You look fantastic, she said, smiling at me as she pointed to the other side of the library. Bella is putting books away in the potions section. I wasn't sure where that was, but I'd find it. Thank you. I turned and started walking in the direction Hillary pointed. Bella walked out with a pile of books in her arms. Her jaw dropped. Court. I laughed, almost getting sick of people's reactions to how I looked. At least it was positive. Yeah, I know. I look better. Better? My sister whispered. You look beautiful. She put her hand to her mouth and tears filled her eyes. I rushed over to grab her in a quick hug. Hey, it's okay. All good. Bella nodded, gulping down her tears. Hillary, do you mind if I take a 10-minute break? Sure, Hillary said. Have 20, as long as you promise to go get me a coffee from the Black Cat. Bella smiled. Sure. She grabbed her purple Hessian bag, and we headed out the door. I could breathe a bit easier outside of the library, and realized that was a fear I'd need to face another day. Let's go get Hillary a coffee, and you can tell me what happened. I filled Bella in on Harry and the potion, and when I finished, she was gaping at me. It was the same Warlock that saved me that day? Yeah. They call him the Shadow. Bella picked up Hillary's coffee from the barista, and we started to walk back to the library. Well, next time you see him, please thank him for me, Bella said. I know he did something truly horrible to you, but he saved my life that day, Court. I was dead for sure. My throat tightened with emotion, and I nodded. I'll tell him. When we stood in front of the library once more, Bella stopped at the gates. I need to get back to work, but thank you so much for coming to show me how well you are. I'm so grateful. I opened my mouth to tell her about my plan for charity, but since I didn't have anything figured out past my desire to get revenge, I closed my jaw again. Is there anything else? Bella asked, blinking at me. I shook my head. No. It's all good. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Bella was all smiles. Okay, cool. See you soon? I nodded. Definitely. We have to organize our big birthday party. Bella rolled her eyes. Oh, don't remind me. She waved and headed off into the library. My bookworm, quiet sister. A huge party would be the last way she'd want to celebrate our birthday, but it would be a great place to interrogate the council and maybe draw out my evil stepmother. I wandered back to the council building, a more concrete idea settling into my mind. I needed to catch a spider and all the flies in her net. Chapter 10. Despite the fact that 3 people sat at the dining table when I arrived back at Dad's apartment, the room was completely silent. It was almost eerie as I stepped inside and glanced around. What sort of game was this? No one even glanced in my direction. What was going on here? I shut the door and cleared my throat. Hey guys. Sorry I'm late. Took a bit longer with Bella than I thought. The words said at my normal tones sounded like I was yelling in the silence. My words clashed heavily against the stillness. I cleared my throat on instinct, even though I hadn't done anything to elicit the way my voice came out as loud as it seemed. There was no response. Ava didn't even turn her blonde head to greet me. Something's wrong here, but what? I crept over to the table to find my father, sister, and brother-in-law, all frozen in time. Literally. Their arms were stuck midair, reaching for a glass or picking up utensils. They weren't moving. Even their eyes were glassy, like they were incapable of blinking as well. No one had eaten yet, or even served food on the plates. The salads, meats, and bread all lay perfectly in their large serving bowls. They'd waited for me to start eating, by the looks of it. Who did this to you? Guilt gnawed in my stomach. Would it have made any difference if I had gotten here sooner? Or would I be frozen just like they were? I moved my hand in front of Tavlor's face, worry trembling in my belly. Hello, Tavlor. Dad. Ava. What the hell is going on here? I asked out loud, as though the sound of my voice might jar them out of whatever this was. Worry turned to panic in a split second. None of them moved. Not even their eyes. No one acknowledged me or their condition. They were as still as stone. I reached for Tavlor to shake him, only to find him cold and stiff to the touch. My hands flew to my mouth as I gasped. Oh my God. My bracelet tinkled in the room as I yanked my hand back from the thigh as quickly as I could, like I'd gotten burned, reminding me of Shadow's promise. Tears filled my eyes. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't think. My brain was blank of all thoughts, and any sense of calm now eluded me. Harry. I raced to the door and threw it open. I had to believe if anyone could help, it would be him. I didn't understand why I was putting so much faith in him when he had harmed me before, but I also reminded myself he was the reason I was alive and well too. And even though I was still angry about the situation, that had to mean something. My eyes searched outside the door. The portal whirled in silver and white light, but I wasn't going to travel to him, he was coming to me. How, I wasn't sure. I didn't understand the type of magic he possessed, only that it was powerful, and he could wield it in a way I hadn't expected. I doubted the council would let him through the normal way. I knew that logically, especially since what he could do was a threat to everything they represented. But with my heart pounding and horrible thoughts filling my mind about my family dying before my eyes, I only had one hope, and that was him. I had to believe he would help me. And maybe if he did, there was a way for me to forgive him for what he had done in the past. Maybe. I grabbed the diamond on my bracelet and said his name. Harry. I need you. Please come. I wasn't sure if I needed to do anything else. His instructions had been brief, too brief. I held my breath, pressing the charm so tightly against my palm, I was certain there'd be an outline indented into my hand if he ever got here. The diamond began to glow with an intense yellow light, like the sun. I lifted my hand to shield my eyes, then the portal began to move and shift. I stared at the silver shimmer, waiting for a miracle. Harry stepped through the door and a tear leaked out the corner of my eyes. You came. He glanced around. Yeah, that spell is powerful. I didn't even have the choice to come, I was just transported here. And by the way, where is here? Harry began looking around the office, when his gaze landed on the dining table. What the? I raced over to my family. You're in my father's office. Our apartment. We live here. Or Dad and I do anyway. But that's not important. The important thing is that they're under a strong freezing spell. Yes, he put his hand up as though to test the air, a very strong one. Can you help? I asked him. Please. I don't know what to do. He walked around the table, looking all around, not touching anything. My heart pounded in my chest with the weight of a heavy iron mallet banging against my ribs. These people are my whole. I stopped, my throat closing up as I gulped against the pain. World. I pressed my fingers to my lips, holding in the scream that was building. Bella was alive and well, hopefully, and far away. But these three people before me were my life. It was difficult for me to get the words out, to truly explain how much they meant to me. I hoped he understood. They aren't dying, he said firmly. It was almost like he was trying to snap me out of my haze, which I appreciated. I needed someone to help me see through this, not coddle me right now. So we have a moment to think. Does your father keep his spellbooks here? I nodded, pointing to the library wall behind him. Over there, I said. A fleeting thought filtered through my head about trusting Harry with the spellbooks in the first place, but I banished it instantly. If I was going to trust him with this, I had to put my faith in him completely. I couldn't keep being suspicious, or this wouldn't work. Everything. I wasn't a scholar, not like my sister. Maybe Bella would know what to do, how to help. Should I call Bella? She might know where to find what you're looking for. In fact, why on earth hadn't I thought to call her first? Harry ran his fingers along the books, pulling out a large dark tome. No. I've got it. All good. He pulled out the book, flicked open the pages, and began reading. I began to pace, wringing my hands like some old worrywart. I should get Bella. She's so much better at this than me. No. No. I've got it. Come here, Harry called me over and pointed at the page. I read it quickly. It needs a lot of power. Yes. It does. We can do it. Harry held out his hand and I hesitated. What's wrong? I'm only just healed. I don't know if I can. Harry leveled me with his stare. Courtney, you're a high Warlock heir, and from what I've heard, your mother was quite the witch in her day. I've seen what Ava and Bella can do. It's your turn. He was right. Why was I hesitating? I have Adenolfi and Melfi blood. That had to count for something. I reached for his hand, already feeling the tremble of magic within me. Okay. But what if I screw it up? The edges of his lips kicked up in a reluctant smile. You won't, he assured me, his voice almost gentle now. And if we don't have enough power, I'll leave and get Oliver or someone else. But let's try first before we give up. Okay? I nodded. The fact that we had time allowed me to take a deep breath to steady myself. Yes. Let's do it. I grabbed tight to Harry's hand. The man who'd assaulted me, saved me, and now was helping me with the most important thing in the world. Harry and I began to chant the spell, white magic whirling around us in a cloud. We repeated it twice, the incantation demanding a third time. I lifted my gaze from the book, meeting Harry's eyes. He nodded, and we began the final recitation. With each word, breathing got harder, my chest felt tighter. Harry didn't stop. I didn't stop. Harry's hands tight on mine and my sister within touching distance was all the strength I needed to complete the spell. With one final word, using every bit of magic I had, the spell was done. A ripple effect exploded through the room. Ava gasped behind me, and I turned to see my sister alive and moving. Dad dropped the glass he'd been holding, the wine spilling onto the white tablecloth. Tavlor got to his feet, staggering sideways from fatigue. Ava! Oh my God! I rushed for her, wrapping my arms around her and pulling her out of her chair. Are you okay? Yes. What? How did you get in here? My father was asking Harry, walking over to him in less than a straight line. I broke out of Ava's arms and went to stand by Harry's side. I called him Dad. He helped me break the spell to save you all. Don't you remember what happened? Dad's brows furrowed and he shook his head. Harry sighed. I'd forgotten about that part of the spell. They probably don't remember anything. We were toasting Ava's success, my father said slowly, frowning. We were waiting for you, for lunch. I jumped to fill in the gaps for him. I arrived and found you all frozen. I freaked out, called Harry, and he found that spell. I pointed to the book that was open on the table. We did it, and you're all back. My dad glanced from the book to Harry back to me. I could tell he was stuck on the fact that I'd managed to get Harry in here so easily, but that wasn't what needed to be focused on. Dad, we need to figure out who did this to you three and why. Tavlor walked over to us, stretching his neck and moving his head from side to side. She's right, Matlock. Someone cursed us for a reason. Do you think they were trying to lock us in here, forever? Ava asked, a look of horror filling her eyes. I shrugged. Maybe. So I suppose it was lucky I was late, or they would have gotten me too, and then I couldn't have reached out to Harry. My father's groan could be heard around the whole room. Whoever it was, they wanted something from this room. Perhaps something they didn't get before? He met my gaze with his and we both froze. It was like we were reading each other's thoughts. You don't think? Mother. My father reached up and unbuttoned his top shirt button, loosening the neck and reaching inside. He felt around inside his shirt, his face growing more worried until finally he pulled his hands out once more and there was nothing. No, I whispered. I could feel the blood drain from my face. He nodded in bleak confirmation. It's gone. What's gone? Harry asked, glancing between my father and I. Ava walked up and put her hand on her chest, where the same locket had once lay. They took Mom, didn't they? Chapter 11. I handed Ava a cup of tea, which she took with trembling hands. Part of me wanted to reach out and take her hands in mine, to give them a soft squeeze in hopes she would be reassured. But Ava was the type that didn't look for reassurance outside of herself. It would only embarrass her because she was displaying something she considered weak, so I refrained. She'd had a mini meltdown after we all realized the necklace had been stolen, but at least she was calm now. She seemed to have her wits about her, enough to have a conversation. She took a sip of her tea, and once I'd made sure she was stable for the moment, I walked over to her husband. He was pale and wasn't speaking, but he still seemed to be doing better than my sister. I whispered to Tavlor, "Is Maddie okay, or do you guys need to go?" Tavlor turned to me, his eyes strangely blank. "He's with some Fae friends. He'll be fine for a few more hours, though I dread to think what would have happened if you hadn't come and found us." I snorted, making a joke, because the subject matter was way too serious. I needed to break the tension between everyone, or it was going to swallow us all up, and we wouldn't be able to do anything about what happened. Or that I'd been on time, and whoever did this had frozen me too. That would have been worse. I tried to suppress the shiver my words evoked, but didn't quite manage it. So much for trying to make a joke that would calm everyone down. He nodded, his lips thinning. Bella would have found us, I reassured him, though my chest was tight just thinking about it. My father's realm, my home, was so protected that no one except family were allowed in. Bella would have been the only person in the world that would have been able to get in and rescue us. But how long would that have taken? And what would have happened if she didn't come? What would have happened to Maddie if Ava and Tavlor went missing? How would anyone have known they needed to be saved? I didn't want to think about it. The truth was more dire than I wanted to admit. The portals that kept us safe also functioned as a prison. No one could get in, and with the occupants unable to get out. I clenched my teeth again, trying to focus on what we could do about it, rather than what might have happened. The thing I needed to remember was we were safe. We were okay. We needed to figure out what came next. And I had the perfect solution. We need to take that woman down. What woman? Tavlor asked, furrowing his brows. It was Harry who answered, Charity. The High Warlock's wife. She's been behind everything so far. I would assume this was her too. His tone was too casual for my taste, but I knew not to take offense. If anything, it helped ground me to the moment, and reminded me we could do something to resolve this. I nodded. Hell yes, it's her. Fucking bitch hates us. My father wasn't speaking, but he was pale and seated near Ava. Dad. He shook his head. I can't, she'd. He let his voice trail off, unwilling to even speak the words. What? Ava demanded, throwing her arms out. Her passion got the better of her, and she set her teacup down before she spilled any of the liquid. Why wouldn't she steal that locket? It's literally Mom. All of us will do anything to get her back, no matter what that entailed. Dad blinked, as though he hadn't considered the possibility before. You think this is about getting power over me? Over us? I said, putting my hands on my hips. Sometimes I viewed my father as the smartest man I'd ever known. Other times, like right now, I wanted to throttle him over how dense he was acting. She knows that none of us, not Ava, not me, not even Tavlor, are going to go against her while she has Mom. Dad, this is bad. Really bad. I don't understand why this is a surprise to you. You've seen what she's capable of. Ava got to her feet, her sad energy transforming into anger. Yeah, what if she comes out of hiding and starts pushing for laws to change to get herself out of house arrest and onto the council again? My father put his head in his hands. Giving up already? I turned away. Seriously? I wanted to shout and growl at him, but what was he going to do? Harry! I called out to where the Warlock was sitting in the far corner of the room. He hadn't left, but he'd been respectful of my family dynamic and left us to our implosion. He got up and walked closer to me. Yes? What can we do? Can we do a locator spell on the locket? Or on Charity herself? How do we get it back? Harry inhaled sharply. I don't mean to be nosy, but knowing this will help me give you the correct response. When you say your mother is literally inside the locket, you mean her essence, I answered, not even bothering to look at my sister or father as I told him. Her soul. We'd never told anyone else the truth about the locket, but it was too late to hide the importance of it now. And honestly, maybe sharing the information could help get her back in some way. Ava moved closer to me and took over telling the story. The day Mother died, she gave me the locket and spelled her soul into it, she explained. When I wore it, as long as I was in a magical realm, I could hear her speaking to me. Inside my head. And now it's gone. There was obvious guilt in her voice. This time nothing stopped me from taking Ava's hand. I refused to let her bear this burden on her own. It wasn't her fault. Harry tilted his head towards Ava. Do you mean you heard her memories inside your head? Things she told you when you were young? He asked curiously. Ava frowned at him, shaking her head. No. I mean, she literally spoke to me. Responded to what I said. Had conversations. Gave me advice. All about what I was going through in the present. Harry's jaw dropped, then he slowly turned and stared at the High Warlock. You. She. That is very powerful magic. We all turned to look at the High Warlock, whose cheeks were slashed with a heated blush. I turned back to Harry. What are you trying to say? Harry and Dad were staring at each other without speaking, and I couldn't read the vibe at all. I didn't get it. Frustration started prickling at my skin. Why couldn't they give some kind of hint as to what this all meant? Please tell me what's going on. No one was breaking. The room was filled with silence. Finally, I grabbed Harry's arm. Tell us what you're thinking. Harry gestured to my father. We all turned on him, and finally, the High Warlock spoke. The magic your mother used to save herself, the true essence of her in that locket is ancient magic. Powerful magic. Harry is right. So? I demanded, flicking my free hand in the air in a dismissive gesture. Mother was powerful, we all know that. It's not that, Harry said quietly. Our father sighed. I didn't want to tell you before. I wasn't even sure if it was possible. What are you talking about? I asked. Father sighed. I really wanted all three of you together. We'll tell Bella later, Ava said, her eyes flashing dangerously. She'd lost all her patience 10 minutes ago, and even though this was our father, the High Warlock, I could see she was ready to tear into him if he didn't tell us exactly what was going on. We're here now, and I have to get back to my son. Father, just tell us what's going on. He nodded once. I have been doing research about ways of perhaps bringing your mother back from the dead. I glanced at Ava. Did he just say what I think he said? In Ava's blue eyes I saw the same confusion. I almost wanted to laugh. Back from the dead. Was that even possible? It sounded like a bad joke. When we turned back to him, I carefully, with my heart pounding in my chest, asked, What do you mean back? I needed to hear it. Needed my father to say the words. My father glanced towards Harry, and as though they'd rehearsed it, Harry took over the conversation. If your mother had managed to truly instill her soul into the necklace, and from what you said, Ava, it seems as though she did. I waited for the punchline. He couldn't seriously mean what I thought he meant. Harry continued and dropped the bombshell on us. With the right body, or perhaps with the correct spell, it may be possible to bring your mother back to life. My knees wobbled, and Ava staggered to the couch and landed on the cushions with a thump. Whoa. I wasn't sure how to even process something like that. Ah yeah, I managed to say, with a knot the size of my fist in my gut. I didn't know if I wanted to believe it. That's a bit of a, well, it's a shock. My father walked over to me, seeming nervous. I'm not sure if I can do it. The necessary magic goes against the natural order of things, and would mean I would have to perhaps stand down as the High Warlock of the Council. You'd what? Ava exclaimed, jumping up once more. He turned to include her more in the conversation. Harry was right to be cautious about what he said earlier. There are a lot of gray areas in magic, and in the Council's laws, but bringing someone back from the dead is forbidden. I would lose my place on the Council at best and at worst death. I gasped. No. But she hasn't passed over, Harry said. Her body may be gone, but the woman, the essence of her, is still here. Surely, there is an argument against the Council's laws. You've definitely found a gray area. Dad nodded. That's the reason why I haven't said anything to you all, and I've been quiet in my research. Tavlor finally spoke. I can't believe you're considering doing something that would unseat you. I gaped at him. You seriously think that Dad's role is more important than our mother? Of course not, Tavlor said. But he's risking his life for a chance to bring her back. That, magically speaking, is almost impossible. I frowned at him. Was that true? My father whirled on the man who had once protected him. There is nothing I wouldn't do for a second chance with Genevieve. My jaw dropped and my gaze skirted over to my sister. That was the moment I realized that my father had never stopped loving her. And that even with all of her lies, deceit, and the decades of time separating them, they still desperately wanted to be together. Then there's no option, I said, dusting my hands off. We have to get her back. Chapter 12. Ava and Tavlor left the apartment to rush back to their son, and I could only imagine how hard they were going to hug him tonight, after what had happened. I wished I could be there for them in some way, but at the same time, I knew they also needed their time alone as a family. The last thing I wanted to do was intrude. I paced back and forth, my mind busy, trying to come up with something to do. I didn't like standing around, unable to do much of anything. I didn't like the silence I knew would hang overhead. I needed something to occupy my mind with, I just didn't know what that was. Hey Harry! I called out after he'd said goodbye to my father, and was making his preparations to leave. At least it gave me something to do, someone to talk to. Yeah. How did the person, whoever they were, Charity or one of her minions, do this? The question had been on my mind since we found my family frozen, and it bothered me that I couldn't quite figure out how it was done. I kept trying different scenarios, but nothing made much sense, and it was starting to fray my nerves. He furrowed his brow. And by do this, you mean get into the High Warlock's private and secure realm, and manage to cast a spell over everyone in the room, without anyone noticing? I wasn't sure whether I wanted to strangle him for his cheek or hug him for it, because at least it was something normal, something that could ground me in the moment. I almost laughed but instead nodded. I wouldn't have been so eloquent, but yes, basically. His lips twisted in thought, fingers forking through his thick locks of hair. Well, to get in, from what your family has said, they would need to be given access, he began. Well, I know Charity broke in a few days ago, and she's had access in the past, I said, placing my hands on my hips. He nodded, yes. And I'm sure there's a way of reactivating it once it's taken away. And once they were in here, they could set up a spell bomb to go off at a certain time. I gaped at him. You can do that? Set off a spell with a timer. I had to learn how to do that. Or wait under the guise of a cloaking spell, my father added, joining in the conversation, taking me by surprise. I turned to frown at him and asked, I thought the wards around this place were super strong. They are, he said simply. But Charity knew them all, and since you girls have lived with me, I've increased the barriers but decreased the restrictions on magic within the apartment itself, to ensure you have access to your powers. Made sense at the time since you were all still learning. I shook myself, annoyed that someone had taken advantage of my father's weakness for his daughter's happiness. Though if I were being honest, it didn't surprise me, especially knowing it was Charity. Well, the only important thing I suppose is finding out where Mom is, I muttered, more to myself than to the other two. I blew out a breath and glanced over at Harry. Harry, can you track her, do you think? I wasn't sure what was possible and what wasn't when it came to a locket with my mother's soul in it, but I thought it would be irresponsible of me if I didn't ask at all. Harry nodded. It's possible, especially with her soul link so strong, he said. However, despite his hopeful words, there was a catch in his voice, one that refused to let me hope. But I'm sure whoever has her has thought about that, and will be cloaking her to ensure we can't trace her whereabouts. Then we wait, my father said all of a sudden. There was a firmness to his tone that brokered no room for argument. This must be his high warlock voice. Charity, or one of her henchmen, took Genevieve for a reason. And that reason will be for leverage. We just need to wait for a ransom call, then go from there. Right now, there's nothing we can do about it either way. I inhaled sharply, fear warring with the hope in my heart. You weren't really serious about risking your life to save her? I asked slowly. His smile was lopsided and imperfect, so unlike the high warlock image he projected, completely contrasting with his earlier tone. You've all risked your lives on an almost daily basis since arriving in this realm. Surely I can be as courageous as my daughters, he asked. I mean, I can't let you be braver than the high warlock himself. What would people say about me, I chuckled at him. Well, we do set a high standard, that's for sure, I said. He nodded, his eyes solemn once more. I wondered where that playfulness went. I remembered when we first met him, he was all stoicism. Cracking a smile had been as rare as a blue moon. I ran at him, and he opened his arms, hugging me back. We're going to get her back, Dad. He nodded, pressing a kiss to my hair. I know. Harry's presence shimmered in the room, and I pulled out of my father's arms to face the shadow. Thank you for your help today, I told him seriously. I hoped he understood I wasn't trying to make a joke, or a point. My words were genuine. I seriously don't know what I would have done without you. He glanced down at the floor, as though he was uncomfortable with the attention. Or maybe it was me making an effort to be nice to him that was unusual. You would have worked it out yourself, he said before clearing his throat. Unlikely. No, I probably would have gone to get Bella, and God knows if she'd been able to help me with both of us freaking out, I said honestly. I had no problem admitting my weaknesses. It didn't bruise my ego, especially when it was the truth. He lifted his gaze and smiled at me. Something warm filled my stomach, but I pushed it away. Now wasn't the time to look into that, not when Mother was still missing. Well, I still owe you more than this, so call me anytime you need me. He shrugged humbly. I nodded, trying to thank him with my smile, hoping he was able to read it. Harry nodded and turned to leave. Oh, are you okay to get out of here? I asked, refraining from reaching out to grab his wrist. Aren't the council going to get you? Harry grinned, a rare sight for the rather somber warlock. I have a few tricks up my sleeve still. I'll be fine. He opened the door and disappeared before I could ask him if he was sure, offer him a place to stay. Maybe even make more of a fool of myself than I otherwise would have. However, I managed to hold myself back. Once the door clicked closed, I sighed then, and only then it was okay for me to collapse. I staggered to my bedroom door, managed to hold onto the doorframe and turn around. Are you okay? I called out to my father, needing to make sure I heard it one more time. Hopefully he wouldn't mind if I coddled him just a bit, especially since the conversation called for it. He waved his hand at me from his seat at the dining table. Go. Rest. I need a moment too. I nodded. Yep. See you later. I went to stagger into my bedroom, but since part of me felt like I'd almost lost everything today, I did something I'd never done before. I turned back and called out, Hey. Dad. Yes. I met his gaze with as much strength as I could. I love you. He turned in his chair and smiled at me. I love you too. So much. I returned his smile, then used my magic to virtually fly the last few feet across the room and landed face first on my bed. I buried my face into the pillows and groaned as pure exhaustion weighed me down. Memories of my mother began flickering behind my closed eyelids. She'd been so hard on me. So tough with my sisters. A great teacher. But so beautiful. So mystical. So strong. I'd loved her and hated her so many times. I now saw it in retrospect, with the mind of an adult. And my heart thumped harder and my throat ached with the need to cry. She'd loved us more than I'd ever thought she had. She'd sacrificed her whole life for her children. Not just her social life or her romantic life. She'd literally lost her life for us. To keep us safe. But now we had the chance to have her in our lives again. I'd be able to tell her how much I appreciated her giving me life. For keeping me safe from the council for so long. I rolled onto my back and wiped at the tears on my cheeks while I chuckled to myself. If they brought Mom back, she'd find 2 of her daughters married and a gorgeous grandson had been born. What would she think of our new lives? Of Tavlor and Christian? My eyes opened wide. Had it been her intention all along to come back? Had she known that someone, somewhere, would realize it was possible? If that had been her plan all along, then this could work. Surely she would have known exactly how to spell her soul, in a way that made it retrievable. I sat up and slipped my legs over the side of my bed, a new feeling buzzing through my system. Hope filled me up and made me smile. I had my health back and soon, just maybe, I might have my mom back too. Chapter 13. I allowed myself a day to get over the trauma of saving my family from a near miss of something horrible, finding out that my mother's soul had been stolen, and that my father was trying to bring her back from the dead. Talk about a big day. And that list of events didn't even include the fact that I was healed from the poison that had been plaguing me for over a year. A poison Harry both used on me and saved me from. I was allowed this time to relax as much as I could, given the situation. I slept. I ate too much chocolate and cake. Then I sat on the floor cross-legged, thinking about my mom. I didn't cry, though there was this odd pestering that told me maybe I should. Maybe crying would help release this tension that had been built up inside of me, but I couldn't manage to get it out. And I was in no mood to force it. When there was a knock at the door, I didn't open my eyes but called out, "Come in." Maybe I should have been more cautious, especially with evil roaming around, but I was exhausted, and I recognized the knock as my father's anyway. His chuckle echoed around the room. "You know I could have been anyone," he pointed out drolly. I shook my head, still amidst a fun childhood memory. "I don't think so. Not when you and Tavlor spent this morning reworking the wards and the security. I know you tried not to wake me, but I heard you both. So I knew it had to be one of you guys." He moved around the room, his footfalls echoing softly on the carpet. "Can I ask what you're doing?" I finally opened my eyes. "I'm just going over some old memories of my mom and sisters. After yesterday, I can't shake the feeling that she's still around and gonna kick our asses when she finds out everything we've done since she left." My father sat down on the plush purple armchair about 6 feet away. "I wish I'd known about you girls when you were growing up." I grinned at him. "And what would you have done? Left everything behind, and come to be with us in our secret, private, totally isolated realm?" My father's face rippled with emotion. A little hope, a little surprise. A whole lot of pain. The silence stretched and I couldn't handle it. "It's all good. Never mind." "Stupid question." "It's not stupid," he said forcibly. My gaze snapped to his, somewhat surprised by his tone. He cleared his throat, reaching up to rub the back of his head almost sheepishly, like he hadn't meant to snap at me. The thing is, my immediate response was yes. I'd give up everything to be a family with you. My stomach tightened, hit with my father's guilt and pain. I blinked, trying to understand. "But you hesitated?" he asked. He dropped his arm back to his side. "Yes, that's because I was simultaneously going through my mind back then and now. I tend to think before I speak, even when I know the answer. It's important that I convey it the way I need to, so there's no confusion. I was feeling a little stupid on the floor, but I stayed there because my legs were stretched and comfortable, and I was too lazy to pull myself up. And what was the response? I asked tentatively. I hoped there wasn't any hint of desperation in my tone. I didn't want him to get the wrong idea. He sighed, then rubbed his hands over his face in the most frazzled version of my father that I'd ever seen. I would have laughed if the situation wasn't so serious. I think back then I wouldn't have done the right thing, he admitted, his voice strained. It was almost as though admitting the truth was difficult for him to do, and I appreciated the effort. I was a fool. An idiot who believed in honor above all else. In my sense of obligation and duty. It's okay, I started to say, uncomfortable with the way this conversation had turned. I didn't think it was my job to reassure him, but I also didn't want him stewing in guilt the whole time either. It's not okay, he said. I missed out on my family. My love. Okay, I was getting uncomfortable again. I reached for a joke and a fix. Well, as someone who has never been in love, I wouldn't know. So how about a TV show? He tilted his head to the side. What do you mean? I mean, would you like to see what I'm seeing? You mean look into your memories? He asked, his voice showing signs of excitement that I'd never heard. I nodded, searching in my memory bank for a good one. Yes. You want to hold my hand and share? I hadn't done it before, but I was sure I could. Can you project them into the air, do you think? He asked as he waved his fingers in front of him. I nodded. I'll try. I'd never attempted such a thing before, but if there was one thing that my mother had encouraged, it was to try any spell. Especially those that were challenging. I closed my eyes and reached inside myself for the incantation. My body tingled with warmth, as I felt the familiar swirl of magic settle over me. The words flowed from my lips as I pulled up the first memory I had, something light and fun. Something I hoped would make my father smile. Petals fell from a tree above my head. I was lying in the grass while my mom and sisters practiced magic in the field. She was telling them off, being strict and overly protective as usual. But I wasn't old enough to start practicing yet, so I just got to lie on the grass and play with the petals and luxuriate in peace. The serenity of our realm, while my sisters got into trouble. Again. Beautiful, my father said, whispering the word into the quiet room. I grinned, and began to search for a different one. Next was one of my favorite memories ever. Mother had begun to weaken, though she hadn't told us. As far as we knew, she was just tired, which was uncharacteristic but understandable. We didn't really question her, partly because we viewed her as this strong, unbreakable force, but also because she refused to allow us to question her in the first place. She'd allowed us to climb into her bed and cuddle, something she never tolerated. Something that should have hinted what was to come, but we didn't quite register it, maybe the way we should have. I was cuddled into her side, feeling her warmth, and she was telling stories and casting spells to create tiny fireworks in the air for us. You look so happy, Dad said. I frowned, searching for one more memory. I wanted to share another happiness, but the recollection that rose into my mind was the saddest day of my life. There was my mother pale and frail in her bed, my sisters sobbing, my terror. The house I'd grown up in crumbling around us. I shied away from the memory, clenching my teeth, ready to push it away. Sorry. You don't want to watch that. No. Please. Show me. When I hesitated, he added, it might help me when I try to bring her back, knowing exactly what she did to save her soul. Against my own wishes, I pushed on. I focused on what Dad would want to know. The strange words I heard as she was dying. The spell she cast. Unfortunately, my memory wasn't focused on Mother. I'd been too worried about the shaking of the ground beneath my feet. The loud crumbling sounds. The terror I saw in Bella's eyes. Ava grabbing us and casting a spell to save us. Mother disappearing like a ghost right before our eyes. When the memory was finally finished, I forced my eyes open. My father was sitting on the floor not far from me, his eyes filled with tears. I hadn't wanted him to be sad. My intention was to show him Mother, show how she was with us, bring a smile to his face. It seemed I completely bungled that. His pain made my heart clench and my breath catch in my throat. "I'm sorry," I muttered, running my fingers through my hair. I shouldn't have done it. Now, I'd made everything worse. He blinked rapidly and glanced to the side, focusing on the rug beneath me. "No. Never be sorry for sharing those memories," he insisted. "Every moment was beautiful, and I will cherish them forever. I thank you for sharing them with me. I know they're a personal part of you, and I will treasure the privilege you've bestowed upon me." Dad rose to his feet with ease and dusted himself off. "Thank you." I jumped up too, wriggling my right ankle and foot, which had fallen asleep. "For what?" I asked, trying to understand. "For sharing your life with me," he said, then seemed to gulp. "For sharing those moments. I wish I'd been there, Courtney. Truly." I smiled at him, feeling his guilt weigh heavy in the room. "You didn't know we even existed, Dad. You aren't to blame for this." I crossed my arms over my chest and grinned at him. "Don't worry. We all blamed Mom. We still did. For the choices she made for us and for him. None of it had been fair." He shook his head sadly. "I don't. I never did. She loved me and I loved her, and when she wanted to jump into a new world together, I hung back. I wouldn't trust my feelings and instead, I listened to the counsel. To my parents." He straightened suddenly, doing a button-up on his jacket, and looking taller than ever. "But no more. You were right, you know. The council doesn't deserve the power they have inherited. They are greedy and selfish and self-serving. Our people need a new council. They need a new High Warlock." "No. Dad." I couldn't imagine him stepping down. This role had been his whole life. "It's true," he said. "I wasn't elected. I was born into this role, as a puppet for the council. Well, no more." He lifted his hand and cupped my chin. "I promise you, Courtney. I will get to the bottom of this, and when it's all over, we'll be the family we were meant to be." I nodded because I couldn't respond in words. My heart was too full. Dad left and I ended up laying down again on my bed, silent tears streaming down my face. I'd never felt so raw, so broken and yet empowered. We were all on the same page now, which meant I had allies, and my mother would get the justice she deserved. Chapter 14. A letter arrived from Tavlor that had Dad and me running to get dressed and flying out the door. I had to reread it at least 3 times before I allowed myself to let the words sink in. To believe they were real. "I can't believe they've found her," I said, grabbing my phone and shoving it into my satchel. My fingers shook with excitement, in a flurry of nervous energy. My palms were so slick with sweat that I nearly dropped it but managed to hold on until it slid my bag. Dad pulled on his robes in a hurry, flicking his collar out impatiently. He had a frown on his lips, almost like he wasn't sure what to believe at this point and refused to let himself hope. "Neither can I. Let's go make sure this isn't some kind of trick." "I don't think Tavlor would trick us," I said slowly. "I don't either," my father said. "But there's no shortage of people who would go out of their way to trick him." I pulled open the door and jumped through the portal to the first council checkpoint. Tavlor's message had said that we needed to meet him at the council chambers because Charity had surfaced, and we needed to get to her as soon as possible before she slipped through our fingers once again. No other details were in the note, so we really didn't know what we were walking into. Which meant it could be extremely dangerous. My hope was that we would arrive to find my stepmother shackled and ready for transport to some horrible prison realm, if we had such a thing. I would put on the cuffs myself, and magic away the key into some awesome hiding place. Good riddance. Dad spoke to one of the portal attendants, and we were directed to another door. This time when we stepped through, we walked into a large room with a stage and seating. "Courtney," Ava called out from an area near the stage. I rushed down the walkway to hug my sister with one arm, avoiding crushing my nephew who she held on her hip. "Hello, beautiful boy," I greeted Maddie, holding out my finger for him to grab onto. "How are you today?" "He's been a bit clingy, but overall, he's doing better than me," Ava said, bouncing a little and rearranging him on her hip. "I can't believe that bitch stole mother. It makes me so angry just to think about it." "Have you seen her yet?" I asked, lowering my voice. "Has she confessed? Is she going to jail?" I couldn't stop the flurry of questions from forming if I wanted to. And while I didn't want anyone to overhear our conversation, I also wanted answers. As many as I could get, as quickly as possible. I was done theorizing, making assumptions and everything else. I wanted to find some kind of conclusion, once and for all. Ava opened her mouth, but instead of immediately responding, her brows furrowed into a frown. More people walked into the back of the room. What's going on?" I asked, not bothering to hide my confusion. This felt wrong, but I didn't know why. Didn't know how to articulate the feeling in my gut. Dad went over to the growing group of old, richly dressed witches and warlocks. "Who are they?" I asked, again doing my best to keep my voice down. The last thing I wanted was to make a spectacle out of them, especially if they were people who made important decisions that could affect me and my family. Ava pressed closer, lowering her voice. "That's most of the council. Half of them wanted me dead," she said. "Ah. So they were all evil people. That made a lot of sense." Ava plastered a smile on her face and waved at a woman across the room. I knew from the way her lips puckered that she was faking everything right now. And now I work with all of them. So much fun. I could feel her frustration, and yet I knew that she enjoyed doing good in this world. Still, I couldn't help but wonder. "You don't regret joining the council, do you?" She turned back to me, her eyebrows flicking up in surprise at the question. "No, not at all," she said. Now that she wasn't looking at the woman, her face softened. It was the only way to make any changes. Not that I had much of a choice about joining, they wanted me under their control. They wanted to watch my every move, and it definitely didn't help when I got with Tavlor. She shook her head, grinning. "That was hilarious. I highly recommend marrying someone you're not supposed to." The responses were worth the trouble. Tavlor made a HMPHING noise as he stepped up to our little conversation circle. "Control? Over you, Ava? I think you're overestimating the power of the council." I snorted with laughter. "He knows you so well." Tavlor turned to me. "I just found out something, and you two aren't going to like it." "What is it? What's happened?" I asked, biting my lip so as not to embarrass myself and make a strange noise. I needed to learn how to control myself and not burst out with emotions, but with everything going on and with not understanding why it was happening, that was more difficult done than said. Tavlor glanced at Ava, then back at me. "Charity wasn't captured, she turned herself in an hour ago," he said, keeping his voice low. My breath caught in my throat. That didn't sound like a bad thing. I tilted my head to the side, ready to ask more questions, but Ava beat me to it. "Why?" Ava asked. "Was she sick of running?" Tavlor shook his head. "No. She was the one who called this meeting. I don't think her intentions are in line with what either of you want. If anything, this feels off, especially for someone like her. I don't think she would voluntarily give up her power so easily." I opened my mouth to ask him to elaborate, but a door near the stage opened, and our evil stepmother walked out beside a man dressed in a black cape. I hissed at her, my breath whistling between my teeth. What the hell is she doing? She didn't look contrite or worried. She wasn't even handcuffed. In fact, as she walked across the stage in her long dress, I had a good look at her. Her hair was swept up into a beautiful knot, and she lifted her chin up high. She wasn't worried, that was for certain. If anything, it looked like she planned this whole facade. But why? In fact, oh my God. I whispered, covering my mouth with my hand. What's wrong? Ava asked, then gasped when she saw it too. She's wearing the locket. That fucking bitch. The old chubby warlock on the stage cleared his throat loudly. Thank you all for coming. Charity Adenolfi, wife of our high warlock, would like to make a statement. Charity's smile was sickeningly triumphant, and I took a step towards her, my fingers tightening into a fist. I wanted to punch her right in that smug face. Thank you for allowing me to address you all today. I was moved to speak to the council directly, and to my husband's daughters. I owe you all an apology. She turned to look directly at us, and her smile fell, her eyes filling with tears. Oh, you conniving little. Ava, I am so sorry for what I did to you. I am ashamed of my behavior, and wish to beg for your forgiveness. My sister stared at the stage, then her gaze shifted to me, her eyes wide and worried. We both looked back at the stage, where the master manipulator was gulping audibly. Ava, would you forgive me? Allow me to come out of my confinement and join you in the magical realm again, she asked. It was fake. This was a show, and I couldn't believe more people didn't recognize it for what it was. She reached for the locket and held it in her hand, squeezing tightly. A threat. The others might not know what Charity was doing, but I did. So did Ava, judging by how tense she had gotten beside me. Hot anger punched me in the gut. That bitch. She was holding Mother ransom, and demanding something we simply could not give. What did she expect was going to happen? What point was she trying to prove? I didn't understand it, and yet, I didn't know what to do to fix this, to rectify the situation we were placed in. Father walked over to me, pressing so close I could feel the warmth of his presence at my side. It calmed me a bit, but were his hands tied? Or could he use his own power against Charity? Of course I forgive you, Charity, Ava said woodenly from beside me in the most forced, un-Ava-like voice I'd ever heard. But surely I can't release you from the sentence the council gave you. For trying to kill her. My jaw clenched tightly and I surged forward again, anger making my head throb as I lifted my arm to reach for her. My father's hand grabbed my arm and pulled me back against him. Don't do it. I heard the command in my head. Whether he'd spoken or not, I didn't know. I could barely think due to the emotions pumping through me. Anger and grief were hot spirals inside my heart. Charity's gaze turned on me. Courtney, we haven't met. I clamped down on my jaw. We'd met. She knew exactly who I was. She'd thrown me across the room with her magic when she'd broken into my father's apartment. But I hope very soon, we'll be able to spend more time together. She put on a soft, brave-looking smile, and I wanted to puke. I'd never met such a fake person before. This woman, this witch, she was behind everything. She'd tried to kill Ava, poisoned me. And for all we know, she'd orchestrated the attack on us at the library as well. She deserved a death sentence, not some cushy life in her private realm. Once again she squeezed the locket then let it go, my mother's jewelry shimmering gold against her black dress. Ava and I were both silent, though the thumping of my heart was loud inside my head. Charity looked at us and said, I've spoken to the council, and they know that I'm very sorry about my past behavior, and if you would grant me a pardon, they will excuse me. My father's hissed breath next to me indicated that he, the High Warlock and the most important member of the council, hadn't heard of the plan. Well? Charity asked, reaching for my mother's soul once more. What do you girls say? Chapter 15. Are you serious? I blurted out, then felt my father's fingers squeeze my arm. I knew he was warning me to keep quiet. I knew I should heed him, especially when we had an audience. Plus, I was pretty sure Charity wanted to see one of us lose it publicly. But I couldn't help myself. There was no way this could be real. I glared at him. How could he just let her get away with this? Why was he stopping me from asking questions for which we deserved answers? She can't be serious. There is no way. Charity turned her eyes on me. Courtney, I understand how much you must dislike me, but I swear I will never hurt any of you again, she said in a voice that grated on my nerves because of how fake it sounded. Could no one else hear it? Was I losing my mind? Anger filled me like heavy fire, burning my insides and making my magic spark and catch alight. Obviously, I didn't believe her, and I was ready to tell her that. Ava put a hand out to me. Courtney is very protective of me, of all of us. And that's understandable, Charity said, her smile as smug as ever. Your mother died, left you all alone. You only have each other. Once again she reached for the locket, stroking the gold against her chest, reminding us all that she held our mother ransom. I stepped forward. Charity, would you answer a question for me? She nodded enthusiastically. Of course. Were you responsible for the attack on Bella and me, in the library? She gasped audibly, me? Of course not. I would never condone such a thing. Yeah, right. What about the attack on me? Sending a warlock to poison me in my human town? She shook her head, crocodile tears shimmering in her eyes. Of course not. I'm a little hurt that you truly believe I'm behind such attacks on you. My own stepchildren. Vomit. More bullshit, more lies. And the crazy thing was, it felt like everyone believed her. The people were smiling as though she was doing something nice and sweet and kind. Like we were charity, she was giving herself too. This was wrong. I lifted my chin and stared directly at her. Regardless of what everyone else thought, I wasn't going to let her push me around. I wasn't going to let her think she'd fooled me, because she hadn't. So you're declaring in front of the High Warlock and the Council and my sister Ava and me, that you, Charity Adenolfi, had nothing to do with the attacks on Bella or my lives? I asked her, arching a brow to show I definitely didn't believe her. The words rang in the air, loud and true. There was no magic behind them, though I should have cast a spell at the same time. That might have forced her to tell the truth one way or the other. But as the whole council turned towards the stage, I knew the impact this would have. We would have to release her from her sentence. She had our mother, after all. But if she declared to have never had anything to do with those attacks, once we proved she did, we could send her straight back to prison. Charity hesitated for only a moment, then clasped her hands together. I promise you. It was not me. I was in my family's realm. How could I orchestrate such a plan? I narrowed my eyes at her, making it clear I didn't believe her. I'd seen her in my father's apartment. I knew she could escape her family's realm any time that she wanted, but for now we had no choice. I nodded at her. Give us a moment, please. Take all the time that you need, she said ever so magnanimously. I pulled my father and Ava further back, then threw up a silencing spell bubble so that no one else could hear us. Ava's eyebrows flew up. Nicely done. I was just about to do the same thing. I shrugged. My magic has come back. I need to use it. Our father stepped closer to our huddle. What do you two want to do? We don't have a choice, I hissed at him. She has mother. I know, Ava declared, then sighed. But I'd much prefer to actually swap mother for her release. We can't do that in front of the council, and I doubt she'd do it either. My father interrupted our little girl chat. I might be able to organize a meeting for us. Though, I can't guarantee anything. We looked towards him. Do it. At this point, we didn't have a choice. The only thing that mattered was getting mother back to us as safely as possible. As much as I wanted to deal with Charity and what she had done to our family, I knew we couldn't act yet until we had a good reason to. And until we had mother back. It was the only thing keeping her safe, and she knew it. Charity was a lot of terrible things, but unfortunately she wasn't an idiot. I pulled back the bubble and walked back towards the stage. The council had gathered closer, watching our every move. Ava and I stood behind our father, reluctantly. Every part of me wanted to run up to Charity and rip my mother's necklace right off her throat. My daughters would like to offer their thanks for your offer, Charity, he said. However, I would also like to speak to you about a certain matter. It is private and not for the council's ears. May we step into a silence box for a moment? It won't take long. Charity's eyes narrowed for the first time, and I could see that she wanted to say no. But the councilman who'd brought her in turned to her and said, "I think that would be a good idea, Charity. Perhaps if you can convince Matlock of your good intentions, you can step back into the role of High Witch, and we can welcome you back to the council." My father's gasp hissed through his teeth. Another counter move by the council that we had not expected. My father nodded and walked up to the stage. "Perhaps we can step out into the council offices?" Charity nodded and lifted her chin. We watched Dad walk towards a door off to the side, then look back at us and gesture that we should follow. "Come on through, girls." I glanced at Ava, and we scurried after him. He held the door open for us, and we walked inside. The room was small, with only a desk and 2 chairs. I could sense the protective magic. This room had silence guards and something else I couldn't identify. When Charity walked through, my father followed and closed the door behind him. Her pretenses dropped the moment the door shut behind us, which didn't surprise me at all. "Well played," she cackled, grinning at our father. Her eyes reminded me of a snake's, sly and clever and arrogant. She thought she'd won something. I wished the council could see her for what she really was, but now wasn't the time. But don't think I brought the real locket with me. Your precious Genevieve is safe and sound, somewhere you will never find her. Charity pulled the necklace off and threw it at my father, who caught it with an impressive show of reflexes. "See for yourself if you don't believe me." She strutted around the room like she owned the place. "You bitch." The words were out of my mouth before I'd made the choice to insult her. I wouldn't have been able to stop them from coming out, even if I'd wanted to. And honestly, that was one of the friendlier things that had been on my mind. Charity rounded on me. "At least I'm not a bastard," she snipped back. My eyes widened. Everything hollowed out, until I could only see red. I wasn't sure what happened. I only knew I launched at her, wrapping my hands around her throat and squeezing as hard as I could. I could feel her under my grip, but it still didn't register that I was the one doing this to her. Her gasp and the shock on her face was fantastic, and sent a pulse of pleasure through me. I tightened my grip even more just to see what sort of reaction she'd give me. What other pain could I force her to endure? My father grabbed my arms, pulling me back. Suddenly, I snapped out of it. "No!" I cried, fighting against him. I didn't want to let her go so easily. Everyone let her get away with everything. I wasn't going to let that stand. She has mother. "And she will never hand her over if you kill her," he pointed out, his voice somehow so calm despite everything that happened. His reasoning was sound, but that didn't stop me from being angry at him. "Just get off me." I shrugged him off and walked as far away from them as I could get, which in the tiny room wasn't far. "I apologize for my daughter," Dad said. "She's been very unwell and wasn't thinking clearly." I could have screamed at him, and I think I may have made a sound like it. "You will pay for that, Courtney," Charity hissed at me, rubbing at her reddened throat. I threw my hands up in the air, not even for one moment sorry for what I'd done. "This is my mother, Charity. My mother. Do you have one of those? Can you empathize for even a single moment about what it must be like for us? We grew up in a realm, never knowing who our father was. Our mother was our whole world and she died trying to keep us safe from the council." I was panting now, and although the words I was saying would have usually invoked tears, my anger was too great. Charity's face changed, and although she didn't say anything, I felt, more than saw her nod. The tears had arrived now, and I blinked rapidly as I put my hands together in a prayer position. "Please, please. Give us our mother back." Chapter 16. Charity twisted around so that she was no longer looking at me, but instead speaking directly to our father. "I'll make a deal with you, Matlock, but you have to agree to all my conditions." His face hardened and his jaw clenched tight. "Tell me." Charity lifted her hand and began ticking her conditions off on her long fingers. "I want your guarantee that you'll release me from my prison. No more family wards keeping me from leaving the realm. I ground my teeth together until I heard a crack in my jaw. Father nodded once, a quick jerk of his head. As long as you promise you will not hurt, harm nor try to kill any of my daughters ever again. She blinked at him, then a slow smile spread across her face. Of course not. He groaned, then flicked his hand at her. Next. I want to be reinstated as High Witch. He shook his head. No. Our marriage is over. She sighed dramatically. I don't want you, Matlock. I never really did. I glanced at Ava, and she winced in the same way I felt like doing. Talk about a kick in the teeth. Then what do you want? He demanded. Her eyes gleamed with a light I could only liken to insanity. I want to be important again. A part of the council. Without my connection to you, I'm nothing. If I didn't know better, I'd assume she was truly hurt. But she wasn't. She was pissed off she'd lost status. Her power over others. Ava cleared her throat. Dad. I'm not sure. Done. As long as you continue to stay clear of my daughters, Charity. And I mean it. She stuck out her hand. Then we're in agreement. We go back to the way things were. I have my place on the council and keep our home. You have your office, your high warlock status, and your illegitimate children. Fuck you. Father didn't shake her hand. Instead he asked, where's the locket? I wanted to cheer, but instead I looked away and bit my cheek, so I didn't laugh out loud. Who would have thought that my father had it in him? I never expected this from him. Ava caught my eye, and I could see the same hint of amusement in her face. I bit my bottom lip to ensure looking at her didn't cause me to burst into giggles, because that would be the worst thing to do at a time like this. Still, it was nice to smile, even if things sucked right now. When I was sure that I'd schooled my features into something suitable for the atmosphere, I looked back at the once married couple. They were still shaking hands and staring at each other. I stiffened, wishing I could read the expressions on their faces, trying to understand what they were thinking and what they might be plotting. Was this one of those declarations that turned into a spell? Or was each one not wanting to be the first one to look away, like they were challenging each other over who would break first? I crossed my arms over my chest, tapping my toes as I waited. I glanced at Ava, and while her face was also schooled into a neutral expression, the wrinkle between her brows alerted me to the fact that she was losing her patience with the situation just as I was. Finally, after even more time had passed, I couldn't stand the silence any longer. I had to say something. Are we done? I asked, flipping my hair over my shoulder before dropping my arms down to my sides. I want my mom back, and staring at each other isn't going to get that done. Charity finally broke the staring competition. I wasn't sure if she'd forgotten Ava and I were in the room, or if she was just really good at ignoring people she deemed insignificant. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a mixture of both. We're done. She pushed past Father and headed towards the door to the room, sauntering over there with all the confidence in the world, like she hadn't just given a public apology and faked remorse for her wrongdoing in front of the council. I had to hand it to her. She was something else. My gaze met Ava's. Were we really trusting her to do the right thing? Charity stopped at the door, took a big breath, then opened the door and walked back into the main room. Looks like we are. Dad followed her, then Ava grabbed my arm and together we followed our father. Charity had gone straight up to the stage and put her hand out to the man waiting for her. He handed her a small box and my heart leapt. Was that the necklace? Was that Mother? I gripped Ava's arm tighter as Tavlor walked over to join us. Everything okay? He whispered. He hadn't joined us in the small room, which must have been difficult for a man like Tavlor. He'd been our dad's protector for so long, and now he was Ava's. To have been sent away must have caused apprehension to war with his sense of duty, especially since he knew what a threat Charity could be firsthand. Ava grimaced and crossed her arms over her chest. Yeah, sort of. The whole council had walked closer to the stage and congregated around Charity. She grinned broadly and addressed the group. I wanted to wipe that smile off her face, preferably with my fist. There was no remorse, no hint that she would acknowledge she had done anything wrong. She was a fake. They all were. And I was sick and tired of having to be around that, and going along with it in order to save face. My friends, she began. I almost scoffed at how stupid that sounded. Matlock and his daughters have graciously agreed to forgive me for my past transgressions. The council applauded, and my stomach dropped with a sickening lurch. This felt so wrong. I hated it. I didn't want to forgive her. I wanted her to pay for her crimes, to understand there were consequences to being a cold-hearted bitch. The councilman at her side waved his hand, and conjured up a table with what looked like a contract. He handed Charity a pen. If you would sign first, then Matlock. What? They had a contract organized already? Of course they did. Bastards. I wouldn't be surprised if Charity had planned the whole thing out exactly like this. Charity sighed happily, and made a big show of reading over the pages that I was sure she'd written herself. Once she'd signed, she handed Dad the pen. He took it, then held out his hand and waited. With the council watching, I wasn't sure if she would do what he wanted. But she surprised me when she turned to the councilman and took the box. Then smiled as she presented it to my father. The jewelry I promised you could give your daughter. I know you wanted it for Ava, because of its importance to your family. Good cover story. Dad took the box, flicked it open, then reached into the box and touched it gently. He swayed on his feet, as though a wave of relief washed over him. I glanced at Ava, a little worried. What if they'd spelled the locket to kill Dad when he touched it or something? But he snapped out of the strangeness quickly, closing the box and slipping it into his pocket. Thank you, Charity. He ran his eyes over the contract, and made a note with the pen at the bottom. I added the addendum that we agreed upon, Charity. Is that written to your satisfaction? Charity stepped closer and looked over his shoulder, then smiled. Of course. Father signed the contract, then Charity clapped her hands and clicked her fingers. The contract disappeared. Why did my stomach drop, like I was on some sort of human roller coaster? It felt like we'd just gone over a steep cliff and were plunging for the bottom. I gaped at her. We were so going to regret this. I could already tell. She'd done something wrong, though what that was I couldn't be sure. I just knew that if it had anything to do with Charity, it couldn't be good. I have so many things to do, Charity said, heading for the edge of the stage and greeting the council members who were giving her their congratulations. I glared after her, trembling with the need to run after her and beat her to a pulp. She didn't deserve our forgiveness, and she certainly didn't deserve to be free. Come on. Let's get Dad and go home, Ava said, tugging at me. I mustn't have been doing a good job of hiding the hatred on my face. Ava must have seen it, and wanted me to leave before I said something I would regret. I nodded and shook myself, reaching for my bracelet charm, then dropping it. I wanted to speak to Shadow. To Harry. He always seemed to be able to calm me down, and at this moment in time, I needed a stiff drink. Dad was walking towards us, his face pale. Are you okay? I asked him. It occurred to me when you were touching the locket, that they might have tampered with it. Dad lifted the necklace out of the box and slid it on over his head. Tavlor caught my eye and nodded. She's right, Matlock. Perhaps you should have waited before putting it on. Dad ignored us both, which wasn't like him at all. I frowned at him. Dad, are you sure that's safe? He nodded and spoke as though we hadn't said anything. We need to go home. Come on. He walked off and I stared after him. Ava grabbed my arm and tugged me after him. I leaned towards her to whisper. Is he weird or is it just me? I think he just wants to get home before speaking to her. You know what I mean? I shook my head. Not really. Unlike Ava and my dad, I'd only worn the necklace for about 10 minutes. Just long enough to have one conversation with my mom. Ava had worn it for almost a year before giving it to Dad, and he'd had it for even longer than Ava had now. Dad walked to the door, swiped his hand over the panel, and the door opened. Something was wrong. My intuition was screaming at me to stop. To not dive into that portal behind him. Charity had given the locket up too easily. This wasn't right. Ava. I'm not sure we should. Dad turned around, his eyes aflame with a fire I'd never seen before. He looked. He's possessed. Ava cried, pulling me back. Tavlor jumped in front of us, and Dad knocked him sideways. Tavlor. Ava cried, leaving me to run for her husband. Dad stretched a hand out for me, and I didn't even think, I just responded to protect myself. He wanted to hurt me. I could feel it. I threw my magic at him. I didn't mean to injure him, but he was knocked back, through the portal. Then he was gone. No. I looked towards Ava and Tavlor. I didn't mean it. Ava came back to my side and grabbed for me and said in her strongest mom-type voice, "None of this is your fault. But we need to find him. Honey." "I'm on it," Tavlor said, moving over to the portal and beginning to cast a spell over the doorway. I wasn't sure if he was stopping anyone from coming back through, or trying to work out where Dad had gone. I began to tremble. I grabbed the diamond attached to my charm bracelet. I wanted Harry to fix this too, but how safe was it to call him here, into the council rooms? I dropped my hand away and clung to my sister as a sob rose and fell inside my heart. Why was it that every time I thought we might have a future, everything went to hell? Chapter 17. Tavlor scooped up Ava and me in his big fire arms and muscled us out of the council rooms, back to the magical realm, rushing us to the shifter realm. It was probably a good thing he did too, because I was ready to do something crazy. I just didn't know what. My reactions kept coming to me in the moment. I needed to do a better job of thinking before I embarked on any particular action, I knew that. But I was a work in progress, and I couldn't control myself right now with everything going the way it was. To hell. Luckily, Taylor seemed to have a cool head, because he knew exactly where to take us. That might help calm me down at least. My chest was tight and I couldn't breathe. My fingers shook no matter how many times I flexed them. I was trying to rid myself of the uncontrollable response to what was going on. I was on the edge of a panic attack, I could feel it. My hands were sweaty, and at the edges of my vision, I was beginning to see stars. I needed something to ground me before I lost myself completely. Ava grabbed my arm and shook me, stepping in front of me and forcing me to look her in the eyes. "Courtney. Breathe." I sucked in a breath, forcing the darkness back. Somehow, even through the echoes ringing in my ears, I could hear her voice. I could obey her instructions. The next breath was just as painful as the first, but I didn't stop. Ava lifted her hand and banged on Bella's front door. I hope she's home and hasn't gone shopping or something. Our sister Bella answered her door with Maddie on her hip, looking all the world like the natural mother that she professed not to be. She greeted us with a smile which soon dropped off her face. "Hey, oh my God. What's happened?" A lump in my throat appeared out of nowhere, and even though I really wanted to tell her what had happened, I couldn't get the words out. "Oh Bella. We." She stepped right back and waved at us. Come in. Come in." I forced my legs to move as I staggered inside Bella's little house. I glanced around, waiting for the emergence of a familiar mop of brown hair and a charming smile. Is Christian here? My brain had switched to stupid small talk, while inside my heart everything was breaking. It was easier to pretend, in this moment, that we could talk about our lives without mentioning what had happened. I knew we'd tell Bella the truth momentarily, but we didn't have to do it right this second. "No. He's with the guys building houses." "Do you want me to get him?" she asked, arching a brow. I shook my head quickly, causing the muscle in my neck to strain. No. Was just asking." Maddie squealed as he launched himself at his parents. Ava grabbed him and planted kisses all over his face before Tavlor scooped him up into his arms and embraced him. I lowered myself carefully onto the couch and turned towards my sisters. My breathing was still steady, though I still had to count in my head. Inhale for 4, exhale for 6. Anything to regulate my heart and slow me down. I needed to get rid of the prickling anxiety that had permeated through my body, despite being somewhere safe. Bella sat on the chair opposite me, and Ava perched on the couch beside me, waving her hands over the coffee table and conjuring up a bottle of wine and 4 glasses. Probably a good thing, because I knew I needed something strong in my system. Really? Bella asked, is it that bad? I nodded, not trusting myself to pour the bottle. I used magic to get the wine into the glasses. Then I picked my goblet up and took a big gulp. Yep. It is. Ava gave Bella a quick rundown on everything that happened, while I drank the rich red wine and conjured up some cheese and crackers. My stomach was a mess and I wanted chocolate. Now. Bella's eyes got wider and her gasps got louder until finally she groaned and spat out, "That fucking bitch." I pointed at her, shocked at her language and yet so proud that we were so similar. I broke out into a grin, feeling the prickle of anxiety start to dissolve, all because of my older sister's outburst. Exactly how I'm feeling, I said, lifting my glass of wine in her direction. Bella got to her feet and started to walk around the room, growling and talking to herself, I thought, since her words were pretty rhetorical. How could she do that? I can't believe the council bought into her bullshit. That bitch. She took Mother, then blackmailed you 3, then poisoned Father too. When will we stop trusting her? I sat back and watched Bella have a mini fight with herself. These were all points that had filtered through my head at one point or another throughout the day, and my frustration only mounted because I couldn't come up with any answer that would satisfy me. Her words calmed me though, knowing that Bella had taken over being angry and I could breathe for a moment. I took a sip of wine. My heartbeat was almost back to normal, and my fingers weren't shaking any longer. When Bella turned to us, her fists had tightened with anger. I glanced at Ava to see if she was as amused as I was to see our little bookworm sister so enraged. Judging by the pressed lips and the flared nostrils, she was. It was like she was doing everything in her power to hold back. I can't believe Dad trusted her to do the right thing, Bella said. I filled the wine bottle once more with magic and poured myself another glass. I agree with you. I was surprised when he put the necklace straight on, but he'd probably missed her. Ava nodded. He would have. Wearing the necklace for a prolonged time is strange, in a way. But you get used to having someone to talk to. A literal voice in your head. It's comforting. I sighed and leaned back against the back of the couch. Yeah. And I suppose for him, it would be like having her back in his life. Tavlor walked over to our group and put Maddie on the rug, where he sat and clapped to himself. Here, hun, Ava said, handing her husband a glass of wine. How are you doing? I'm angry, Tavlor said. Matlock is lost God knows where and we're unable to bring him back. We need to find him, I declared. I set down my wine glass, resting my elbows on my knees as I leaned forward. Assuming he is actually lost. He could be back at the apartment under Charity's control, ready to destroy the universe. Ready to kill us. Tavlor groaned, hanging his head. More likely, he'd be signing his power as High Warlock over to her. Oh my God. He stiffened at the thought. Ava stood straight up, her eyes as wide as dinner plates. She wouldn't do that. He can't do that, surely. There's no way the council would let him. I mean, they've always been extremely traditional. There's no way. I jumped up too, my mind whirling with all the implications. Without realizing it, I cut off Ava's monologue. Well, let's look at the facts. Charity stole Mother's necklace because she knew we'd do anything to get it back. She then used it as her get-out-of-jail-free card, and instead of just letting everything go back to normal, she, what? Wanted to take Dad out of the picture. Ava nodded. Did you see his eyes? I shuddered. He looked like the devil. He was possessed, Tavlor said. By a spell, a spirit. I'm not sure. But Matlock was gone. The one we've come to know, the one who'll defend us against Charity and the council? He was no longer there. I wrapped my arms around my chest, feeling it crack at the thought of my father being unreachable. I've never seen anything like it. And you shouldn't have. Tavlor said. Those spells are outlawed. Whoever cast it was a dark witch or warlock. I'd never really heard of such a thing, but it didn't really need a definition attached. I was pretty sure it was self-explanatory. So what do we do? I asked them. 3 of the most amazing people I knew. The silence was deafening. Well, Tavlor, come on, surely you can pull some sort of phi magic together? We have to find him. My mind wandered to the shadow once more. Was I really thinking about him all the time? Or was his bracelet having some sort of subconscious programming on me? Tavlor tapped his finger against his top lip. I could speak to an elder. And I'll start researching, Bella said, running for her bookcase. Ava dove for her son, who'd done a great job of getting up on his knees and had managed to reach the wine bottle. My sister was busy enough. I'll enlist Harry's help, I announced. He seems to know people in all the back alleys and dark places. Maybe he'll know who did this to Dad. Ava hauled her son up into her arms. I'll do what I can within the council. Do we want anyone else knowing that he's gone? I shook my head. No. I don't think so. Tavlor agreed. There was no one left in the room when it happened, and I don't think Charity should know her plan worked. So Ava, perhaps you should pretend he is unwell or looking after Maddie? She nodded, her face taking on the determined look that I knew so well. Let me take care of that. You guys just find out where Dad is and bring him home. Chapter 18. Finding Dad sounded like an easy plan, but I knew it was going to be harder than anything I'd done so far. He disappeared with a demon, or whatever inside of him, and we didn't even know where to start looking. Whoever had done this took great care and consideration. Dad was the High Warlock after all. His power was immense. Something had to give soon, surely. I couldn't just write off how impossible this was, because there had to be a way. Just like there had to be a way to get Mother back as well. I closed my eyes, trying to calm my nerves. I ran my fingers through my hair, but no matter how hard I tried to focus, I couldn't figure out what the first step was to make a move and find my father. But I knew who to ask. When I got back to my dad's office apartment, I searched for Dad, but he wasn't there. Of course. I tried not to read into that too much either. Not that I'd been stupid enough to think he'd be sitting on the couch drinking his tea, but a part of me had truly hoped, when I first opened the main door. Hoped with all my heart that he'd be there. Which made the disappointment so much stronger when he wasn't. I forced myself to push the unwanted and unhelpful emotion away. I had to slow down, or I wasn't going to do this the right way. I took a moment to breathe, made myself a coffee, then took hold of the diamond and spoke the magic word. Harry. The main reason I'd come back to the apartment was because I needed to speak to Harry alone, and thanks to the fact that he'd helped me here before, he knew the way. There shouldn't be any barriers prohibiting him from coming to see me. Plus, the office was in a private realm and protected by all sorts of magic. No one would hear our conversation. Something tingled along my spine. Unknowing. Intuition, maybe? I glanced towards the door. He was here. I walked over to the door to open it, unsure whether Harry would actually make it on his own through Dad and Tavlor's protective wards. There was a knock and I jumped back, surprised he'd gotten that close without me helping him. I nearly rushed, ready to throw it open and usher him inside, ready to pepper him with questions that had been building on my tongue since we first found Father gone. But what if it's not him? Are you sure it is? I stopped. The thoughts in my head made a valid point, unfortunately. I could be wrong. What if it was one of Charity's minions, come to finish me off? Now that my father was gone, I wouldn't put it past her. She was probably arrogant enough to think she could get away with something like that, and unfortunately, she might have the power to do so. I forced myself to refrain from doing anything I might regret. Instead of opening the door without even checking who it was, I called out, "Hello." Silence, then a quiet voice said through the wooden panel, "You called?" I couldn't help the smile that lifted my lips when I heard his voice. It was him. Not only did it sound like him, the fact also that he knew I'd called for him was enough for me to trust that it truly was Harry. I pulled open the door, the first whisper of relief from the pain coming from seeing him. And for that, I was grateful to him. I did. "Thanks for coming." I hoped he understood I meant every word. He walked in, filling up the space in the apartment office with his energy, something I still wasn't used to. Strangely, it comforted me. I would rather be wrapped up in him than festering in my thoughts, doubts, and fears. I didn't know what it was about Harry specifically that did it, but he was big. He took up more space than he physically should. Maybe it was his magic? He was powerful to have constructed the bracelet, and everything it could do. And as the son of council members, he had skills, surely? "Do you want a coffee?" I asked, gesturing to my cappuccino. I was pretty sure he could make his own if he wanted to, but since I was the unofficial hostess, I needed to ask. "I'm all good," he said, waving his hand a little. "Tell me what's happened. You seem sad." He tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes slightly as he studied me. I froze under his stare, trying not to react to it. Warmth filled my body, but also awareness. What exactly did he see when he looked at me? I almost didn't want to know. The fact that he could sense my sadness made something flutter near my heart that I quickly squashed and pushed to the side. Now was not the time to dissect my feelings for Harry, and I still hadn't forgiven him for almost killing me. Yeah. That. Don't forget that. Just because he smiles at you, doesn't mean what he did to you is okay. With that thought, I hardened up and invited him to sit on the couch. "I'll tell you. Come sit." He sat opposite me and perched on the edge, hands clasped together, waiting for me to reveal all. His attention was completely focused. I took a deep breath and told him about Charity, then what happened to Dad. I hoped he didn't hear the crack in my voice, the way I had to clear my throat a couple of times to ensure I didn't start crying. That was the last thing I wanted to do in front of Harry. He blinked twice. He seemed shocked in his strange, understated way. "You haven't heard about any of this yet?" I asked, surprised the council hadn't leaked some of the info. He shook his head. "I haven't. But I'm sure the council will announce the changes soon. The fact that Charity is back is big news." "Yeah, fucking evil bitch." Harry's amused snort caught me off guard, then he pressed his lips into thin lines and schooled his features once more. "Yes, well, considering what I've told you and what I know personally, I can concur." I groaned, throwing myself back against the cushions. I can't believe she hexed Dad though. And to use my mother's necklace to do it. I'd like to say it's too low, even for her, but there's obviously no such thing. You would think there's some kind of spiritual line in this realm, laws that prevent this sort of thing. My voice trailed off at Harry's incredulous look. Not that she would follow one, even if there were. I sighed. We sat in silence for a moment, but it was nice not to be alone. Harry's presence was calm, soothing, unlike my sisters, who were as emotionally charged as me. "Courtney, what can I do to help you?" he finally asked, after a moment. I flicked my gaze up to meet Harry's. "I was hoping you'd be able to find him for me," I said quickly, tucking a red curl behind my ear. "Or tell me how to break the hex when I find him." Harry shifted on his seat, looking uncomfortable for a brief moment. "I can find him for you, or I can try. It really depends where in the universe that portal sent him." I nodded my head, my charms jingling as I moved forward on my seat. "Do you need me to use one of my wishes?" I held up the bracelet. "That would give the spell more power," Harry said. "Definitely. So how do we do it?" I asked. He stood up and came to sit next to me. The wave of heat that washed over me as his body got closer was strange, almost as if he was touching me even though he wasn't. He reached for my wrist, his touch light as a butterfly's wings. This time I shivered, I couldn't help it. He withdrew his hand and I almost complained, but he started speaking, and I lost my chance to explain. I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. No. You need to choose whichever charm feels right to you, and make your wish of it out loud. It will then detach from the links, and you can hand it to me. He made it sound so simple, but I couldn't let myself hope. I had learned nothing could be that easy. I clenched my teeth together, feeling oddly aroused and annoyed at the same time. Focus, Courtney. Focus. Okay, let me see. I turned the bracelet around in my fingers, touching each of the charms until I stopped, gripping the books. This one. I wasn't sure why, but it felt right, just like Harry said it would. Tell the charm and me what you wish. I inhaled sharply, not wanting to screw this up. As though sensing my worry, Harry said, "There aren't any wrong words. And speak for as long as you need to. Just say what you truly desire." I nodded, letting his words wash over me and reassure me. Okay. I want my dad back. He fell into a portal, and I don't know where he was transported. But I want him to come back to me here, to our home. Now. Again, it sounded so simple. A cry from a child to her parent. Strangely, it was also a wish I would have made for the first 10 years of my life. For my dad to find me, to find us. To come home. The silver book's charm unclicked and fell into my hand. I handed it carefully to Harry, without speaking another word. He held out both hands cupped, as though receiving a precious gift. Then he stood up, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. His eyes were closed, and he began to glow with an ethereal white light. Wow, I couldn't help but whisper. His magic was incredible. Wind whipped around my hair, making me press back into the couch. What was happening? Harry kept chanting over and over, until a crescendo built and hit. Then silence. The wind died down, and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. What happened? I asked. Is he back? In answer to my question, the door to the portal flew open, and my father stumbled in and fell to the floor like he'd been tossed in. My jaw dropped open. He was dressed in white robes that barely covered his body, his arms were bare, as were most of his legs. Oh my God! Where the hell had they sent him? Chapter 19. Dad! I called out to him, standing up to greet him. I was tentative. There was something off about him, and I couldn't be sure that was the same man who I considered my father. Not because I didn't trust Harry. I knew his magic was sound, even if I had been a victim of it a year ago. But because I didn't trust Charity, and I knew without a doubt, she would do anything to rip our family to shreds. Dad! I called again, taking a cautious step forward. I wanted to run to him, to wrap my arms around him and ask if he was okay, but I didn't want to push him away. I didn't want to startle him. A growl rose from his lips, and he lifted his head to glare at me. His eyes were glowing red, and a snarl filled the room. My mouth dropped open. This man wasn't my father. A surge of magic pushed and pulled at my skin. I knew what he was about to do, and there was no way I was going to be able to stop it in time. The best I could do was throw up my arms, but even then I knew it wouldn't be enough. Harry jumped in front of me without warning, throwing out a shielding spell in a matter of seconds. I'll hold him. Use another wish. Quickly. I blinked. The fact that Harry was able to act so hastily was enough to snap me to attention. I grabbed for the wand. I want my father back, as he was a week ago. I want whatever is possessing him right now to die. To disappear. Now. Harry didn't look at me but reached back with his free hand. The charm unlinked and I thrust it at him, grabbing onto his shirt as my knees trembled. Oh my God, Dad! What have they done to you? My father had gotten to his feet, and he looked ridiculous. But that wasn't the concerning thing. The door was still open, and his hands were clenched tightly into fists. Would he attack us, or would he dive back into the portal? Can you hold the shield? Harry called to me. He needed my help. I would have to protect us so he could do this next spell. I inhaled sharply, drawing on the strength my mother had drummed into me. Yeah. Do it. Harry dropped his shield to focus on the charm and the next spell, just as Dad charged. I threw a defensive spell up fast, then screamed as Dad hit the shield and bounced back, falling to the carpet. My anger spiked. It wasn't just that my father was attacking us with dangerous magic, or watching him disappear and using my mother's locket to do it. It was everything. I was so sick and tired of holding back in order to save face, to be civil, to do the right thing. When was I allowed to do the wrong thing? When was I allowed to express my true feelings about the situation? You idiot! I screamed at my father, fire burning through my veins. You should never have trusted Charity. Never. Why didn't you understand that? You put us all at risk, and look at what happened to you. Dad was getting to his feet once more, but he was staggering as though drunk. Had the shield knocked him too hard? Or was Harry's spell working on him? I wanted to hope for the latter, but I couldn't be sure. Harry. It was hard, but I wanted to trust him. Despite everything he had done to me, I wanted to believe in him, in his magic, in the fact that he wanted to make things right. And maybe that was naive of me, but it was the truth. Harry was speaking to his cupped hands with his eyes closed, casting his spell. I had both hands out, magicking up a shield so that the demon inside my father didn't attack us. I needed to protect Harry, if my father was going to get well. It took more energy than I expected, but I pushed myself. I had to do this. For my father. For my family. Dad's eyes were still blazing red, yet he was falling sideways, crashing into the couch and then the wall. We looked utterly ridiculous, yet there was nothing funny about the situation. My stomach was twisted in a sickening fashion that had me gulping at the bile rising into my throat. Please, Dad, I whispered. Come back to us. Harry's voice was rising, so the effect of the spell should hit soon. And just as the thought went through my mind, my father stood straight up, then froze. Like a marionette doll whose strings were pulled tight. Harry stopped chanting and came to stand beside me. Keep the shield up, he whispered, and I nodded. I wasn't dropping this until my father spoke to me in his normal voice, and his eyes were as clear as day. My father's arms suddenly shot out and his head rolled back. The scream that echoed around the apartment wasn't human. It hit me like a needle to the brain, and I started to crumble. I wanted to go to him. That same instinct from before that wanted to make sure he was okay, caused my body to tremble. Don't drop the shield, Harry yelled, just before he cupped his hands over my ears. I stared up at him, his eyes closed and his face grimacing in pain as he kept his ears exposed to the sound. I felt his sacrifice with the keenness of a punch to the gut. I needed to do something, anything. I couldn't let him down. I locked my knees and forced all my magic into the spell, shaping the shield to connect to the ward just above the ceiling and beneath the floors. I thought I had run out of my magic, but apparently I hadn't. Almost like all that time without my magic had allowed me to save up some in reserve. Nothing would get past me now. I wouldn't let anything hurt me or Harry. But my dad was another story. He was still shrieking like a demonic cat, and red steam was now gushing out of his mouth. The sound was getting worse, and Harry was beginning to stumble. So to stop him from falling, I pressed closer to him, taking some of his weight against my body, and he pushed his palms tighter to my ears, blocking the sound out even more. I held on and held on, sweat beading on my forehead and running down my back. And just when I didn't think I could take a second more, when my arms were burning and Harry was falling on me, the shrieking stopped. I dropped my arms and with them, the shielding spell. Harry was still falling on me, and I had to push him up and shake him a little. He was passing out. Harry! Harry! Are you okay? His eyes rolled in his head, then he slowly straightened and took his weight back on his feet. When he saw how close we were, his pupils dilated, then he staggered backwards. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I opened my mouth to reply, but then there was a massive thump. Oh my God! I ran for my dad, who'd fainted dead away, flat on his back on the floor. I collapsed onto my knees next to him, putting my hands on his chest and shaking him. Dad! Wake up! Dad! Panic descended and I began to shake. Is he breathing? I looked up at Harry, who was standing on the other side of Dad's body. Can you? Harry dropped to his knees and put his fingers to Dad's throat and waited. I could hear my own heart thumping away, pumping blood to the rest of my body, but was my father's heart still beating? I held my breath. Waited. Harry looked straight at me. There's no pulse. Harry got up on his knees and began CPR, pushing his hands against Dad's chest, forcing the blood around his body. I got to my feet. No. This wasn't right. He had to be mistaken. What do I do? My wish was to have my father back the way he was 2 weeks ago. Did I say something wrong? Harry stopped chest compressions to blow air into my father's mouth, then continued CPR. No. Your wish wasn't the problem. The possession was obviously well ingrained. So what? I demanded. The demon took his fucking soul. How do we get it back? Harry did another mouth-to-mouth, then came up again. His soul is still in there. The possession just stopped his heart. We can save him. I got down on my knees. I'll do the breaths, just tell me when. Harry and I got into a rhythm of CPR, while my brain raced to find another answer. Can we use our magic to shock him back into life? We need more power. Harry panted, putting his full body into the chest compressions. Can you call your sisters? I jumped to my feet. I could do better than that. I put my hands out and forged a letter and a spell, urging Tavlor and Ava to come immediately and Bella to hurry. I took my necklace off and held it in my hand. With my magic powered by fear and love, I split my key in half and sent it to my sisters. The necklace disappeared and I dropped back to my knees. They'll come, I told Harry and bent my head to continue to breathe life into my father. He couldn't die. Not now. I'd only just gotten him back. There would be nothing crueler than losing him too, knowing this all could have been prevented. Chapter 20. The minutes ticked by so slowly, I began to fear my sisters would never make it. My toes curled painfully as I continued to maneuver over my father. With every breath, with every chest compression, it felt like the odds of ever getting him back were getting smaller. Like water slipping through my fingers. No matter how tightly I tried to hold on to the inevitable, everything was slipping away. I needed to keep going. Ava and Bella had both been able to hold it together when they'd faced their individual challenges. They'd succeeded, defying the odds of the council and life. I couldn't let myself fail them. I couldn't fail myself. I blew another breath into my dying father's body, as a tear trickled down my face. No. Now was not the time to cry. I had to focus. I had to hang on. My sisters would come. They were incapable of letting me down, which meant I couldn't let him down. The door flew open and Ava ran in, her half-fey husband hot on her heels. What happened? Ava demanded, falling to her knees beside me, her eyes looking over our father's unmoving form. And what the hell is he wearing? I'd forgotten about his weird-ass angel sex slave get-up. Take over from Harry. I elbowed her in the side. He's getting tired. I'm not, Harry said, shaking his head. You've been going forever. I glared harder at Ava. Take a break, Harry. Please. Harry finally relinquished his role, falling back and panting hard. Ava got up on her knees and began compressions against Dad's chest. I filled them in quickly. I used a wish from Harry to bring Dad here, but he was still possessed and I had to wish that out of him too. It disappeared, but Dad's heart stopped. Breathe. I glanced up at Tavlor. Harry said we needed more power. Can you help? Tavlor nodded. We can't do necromancy, but he isn't dead yet. I can feel it. Matlock is still in there. He is, Ava agreed. The second I heard confirmation from my sister, my shoulders sagged with relief. I nearly wept, but I couldn't lose focus. Not yet. We weren't out of the woods. I can still feel him. His body is just giving up. Harry got to his feet and addressed Tavlor. I think a shock to start his heart again will work, but I'm not sure I have it in me after what we had to deal with before, he said. I knew that was difficult for him to admit, but I was glad he did it, regardless. Tavlor nodded, not bothering to ask what had happened. Instead he just said, I can do it. But you need to back me up, in case something happens. What did that mean? What else could possibly happen? They seemed to be speaking some sort of language I didn't understand. All I could really hear was Ava counting her chest compressions and saw my father's lifeless face beneath me. Step back. Both of you. Tavlor said, waving his hand at us. But if we stop, he'd die, wouldn't he? I chewed my bottom lip. As much as I trusted Tavlor, I wasn't sure I was ready to stop. Ava! Tavlor barked. She grabbed me and pulled me back. Quick! Get out of the way, she said. That's his you're about to die, so move voice. I held tightly to my sister as Tavlor fired a white light into our father's chest. Dad's back arched, his spine bowing up. I gasped and held even tighter to my sister. Dad's body collapsed back on the floor, then the sweetest sound in the world filled the room, a massive gasp of breath coming from our father's body. We ran for him, Ava sobbing and Harry reaching for his shoulders to sit him up. Careful, careful, I urged him. Tavlor joined us, and there we were, all of us sitting on the floor staring at my father. Dad! I called out as he rolled his head from side to side, swallowing hard and gasping for air. For a moment fear pulsed through me. What if he opened his eyes and that red demon was still here, the one that didn't recognize me, the one that attacked without thinking? I glanced at Harry, holding my breath. It was only when he nodded once did I finally blow out a shaky breath and give myself permission to hope. Just a little. Somehow I knew he was ready for the same thing I was. And I didn't know how Dad's body would cope with another spell. What happened? Dad croaked and I launched myself at him, hugging him tightly. Tears filled my eyes. I tried to blink them away, tried to hide them from him, but a couple managed to snake down my cheek. You're back. Oh, thank God. Thank you. Ava corrected, though her voice wavered, revealing her emotions as well. At least I wasn't alone. And Harry. And Tavlor. I laughed as I sobbed with relief, brushing the tears from my cheeks. You made it. I said it like I still couldn't believe it. Probably because I couldn't. I thought I had lost him. I thought he was gone. Dad groaned, shifting forward and running his hands over his legs. His mouth dropped open and he wrinkled his nose. It might have been because my eyes were already blurry, but it looked as though he had actually blushed. But that couldn't be right because my father didn't blush. What, oh geez? What am I wearing? He demanded. Ava laughed, even though I could see she was inches away from sobbing hysterically. You tell us. We didn't put you in it. Dad reached out a hand to the two men. Stand me up if you would. Tavlor and Harry got up themselves, then pulled Dad to his feet. He stumbled and Tavlor caught him, helping him to the couch. Tavlor. My magic feels vacant. Would you please give me some dignity back? Tavlor waved his hand and my father's strange costume disappeared and he was once more dressed in his clothes. Black pants, white shirt, royal purple vest and a flowing black robe. Thank you, son, Dad said, sitting down with a thump. His words rang in the room, and I glanced towards Ava, who looked a little shocked to hear Dad call Tavlor his son, but then a huge smile beamed over her face. Dad gestured to the couches around him. Please. Sit. And tell me what on earth's going on. I sat right next to him, needing to reassure myself that he was alive. Ava gestured to me. You tell the story. We just got here. I opened my mouth to explain, but hot tears rose and I couldn't do it. So I turned to Harry and he stared at me. Please? I managed to get out, though my throat had closed and I was struggling to breathe, let alone talk. Harry nodded and said, I can't do the whole story. I wasn't at the council meeting. Ava cleared her throat and filled in the gap. Basically, you put on the locket that Charity gave you, she said, keeping her voice gentle. Though Dad seemed like his normal self, we didn't want to overwhelm him with information. Dad narrowed his eyes. I think I remember that, he agreed. Yeah, but then your eyes went bright red and you attacked us, Ava scoffed. Dad's jaw dropped. I what? It was clear this new information took him by surprise, like he wasn't conscious of what he'd done. Ava waved her hand as though dismissing that part. Then Courtney defended us, and knocked you back into the portal, she said, ignoring his question so she could wrap up the story. We had no idea where you'd gone, and were frantically trying to find you. Ava then waved her hand at Harry, who quietly continued the story. I gave Courtney a bracelet that I created with help from Oliver. It is a wish bracelet of sorts, for her, as recompense for what I did to her. Everyone was listening intently now, and I couldn't stop the heated blush that spread up my neck. So when she called me and asked me to bring you back from wherever your possessed body had gone to, she used one of your charms that boosted my magic, and we managed to call you home. What then? Dad asked, seeming excited by the story now. Well, Harry's gaze shot sideways. Basically, you came in, and we saw you were still possessed. So, Courtney used another charm to force the demon from your body. Ava turned towards him. That sort of magic is hella difficult. I nodded, swallowing hard. Harry is very powerful. Everyone turned to watch me, and I sighed. I'd gotten my voice back, so I turned to Dad and took over. So, Harry forced the red horrible thing out of you, which screamed so loud it almost made both of us pass out, then you died. The words weren't strong enough to explain the pain I'd felt in that moment, but as I went over them in my head once more, I realized they conveyed enough of a message. Dad shifted in his chair, adjusting his coat. I died. I nodded. Your heart stopped. We did CPR and called for help. Speaking of. I glanced around. Where's Bella? I called her too. That was genius, by the way, Ava said, sending us the necklace that let us come straight here. Tavlor cleared his throat. I got Bella's note. And I got mine. Ava said, shrugging. I sighed. Well, it was one of the most stressful moments of my life, so I suppose screwing up on that bit isn't too bad, I murmured, running my fingers through my hair. My body was still tense even though I could relax. Father was okay. We were all safe. For now. But how long would that stay? Not at all, Tavlor reassured me. It meant I could easily follow also, and that was fantastic actually. Who brought me back? Dad asked, glancing between us. Tavlor raised his hand. I did, but it was nothing, he said, dismissing his own contribution. I wanted to roll my eyes. Sometimes the half-fae was too humble. If these two hadn't kept your heart beating all that time, there would have been nothing to save. Harry glanced at me, then back at Dad. I would have tried to restart your heart, but the demon drained my magic. He let his voice trail off, but it was clear he was upset with himself for this. My dad stood up and held his hand out to Harry. Don't apologize for anything, Harry. I owe you my life. Thank you. Harry stood up and shook Dad's hand. It was my pleasure, hi Warlock. He nodded his head once in some kind of bow. Dad turned to me and held open his arms. This time I didn't hold myself back. I didn't think I'd be able to, even if I tried. I jumped up and flew into them, then Ava joined us in a big Adonolfi embrace. We were only missing Bella, but she was here in spirit. When the tears stopped flowing, I stepped back and looked at my sister. The sadness and shock were seeping away, and I could feel only one thing. You know what we have to do now? I asked her, my voice going hard despite the sentimental moment. Ava nodded. Yes. Get Mom back and make that bitch pay. The end of Courtney's first story. Continue the saga in Throne of the Council, up for pre-order now, here.